Hello, everyone. On behalf of Census Open Innovation Labs and our partners, we are thrilled to welcome you to the Opportunity Project 2024 Product Showcase. I'm Haley Ashcombe-Miller, Director of the Opportunity Project. If you've been to one of our in-person demo days or previous virtual conferences, then welcome back. If you're new, welcome to the community. You're in for an exciting afternoon filled with connection, learning, and inspiration. What brings us together for this showcase event is the Opportunity Project, or TOP, an innovation program led by our team here at the Census Bureau. TOP brings together technology companies, students, nonprofits, government experts, and community advocates to create new technology tools with open data. For those who are newer to this community, TOP was created in 2016 to help transform government open data into valuable tools for the public. We do this through 12-week development cycles called sprints, in which teams conduct user research, explore federal open data, and develop and launch tech products. As of this showcase, we're celebrating almost a decade of TOP and the milestone of catalyzing more than 230 data-driven digital and analog products that help address critical problems for the public, ranging from entrepreneurship to education, health, and more. All of these tools are built with federal open data from the Census Bureau and dozens of other agencies and sources. As stewards of open data and the nation's largest statistical agency, the Census Bureau is proud to have incubated the Opportunity Project and helped to make open data more useful to Americans nationwide. This year, 5 sprints were led by agencies across federal government, academia, and civil society. Our federal partner agencies include the U.S. Departments of Commerce, Education, and Housing and Urban Development, and the National Institute of Biomedical Imaging and Bioengineering at the National Institutes of Health. Our civil society and academia partners included Harvard Business School, National League of Cities, National Urban Indian Family Coalition, and the Native Accounts Coalition. Thank you to everyone who participated this year. We're looking forward to celebrating your tremendous work and accomplishments. You can learn more at opportunity.census.gov, and we encourage you to share what you are learning on socials using hashtag #OpportunityProject and tagging at U.S. Census Bureau. Before we dive in, let's cover a little bit of housekeeping. In just a few moments, we'll open with a keynote and a preview of what's to come. The entire showcase event will be right here on the Census YouTube from now until 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Stay tuned all afternoon or feel free to pop into the sessions and topics that interest you most. You can visit the event website, top2024showcase.splashthat.com, to view the full agenda. Team members from Census Open Innovation Labs, as well as representatives from the tech teams and other speakers, will be active in the YouTube chat, so feel free to drop us a note or any questions. This year's TOP Showcase features more than 50 speakers from government, the technology industry, academia, and community organizations. During the first half of today's agenda, we will hear about topics and solutions that affect communities nationwide, including empowering community-led well-being measurement, enhancing access to federal science and technology research and development funding, and strengthening the STEM educator workforce. The second half of the afternoon will feature topics and solutions that affect Indigenous communities, including building stronger pathways to grants and funding for Indigenous communities and expanding opportunities for Native homeownership and housing stability. Now, let's dive in, and what a better way to kick things off than welcome keynotes from Robert Santos, the Director of the U.S. Census Bureau, followed by Dr. Ron Jarmin, Deputy Director of the U.S. Census Bureau and Chief Operating Officer. Since January 2022, Robert Santos had served as the 26th Director of the U.S. Census Bureau. Before that, he was Vice President and Chief Methodologist at the Urban Institute, and he has also held numerous leadership positions at the nation's top survey research organizations, University of Chicago's National Opinion Research Center, the University of Michigan's Institute for Social Research, and Temple University's Institute for Survey Research. He served as the 2021 president of the American Statistical Association and is the winner of numerous awards, including the American Statistical Association's Founder Award, the American Association for Public Opinion Research Award for Exceptionally Distinguished Achievement, and the Mexican American Legal Defense and Educational Fund's Excellence in Community Service Award. Director Santos has been a fantastic champion of the Opportunity Project and other efforts of Census Open Innovation Labs, and we are so grateful for his hands-on involvement in this year's sprints. Thank you so much for joining us today, Director Santos. Over to you.
Hello, everyone. It's an honor to welcome you to the Opportunity Project's virtual product showcase and to highlight all the accomplishments from this year's sprints. TOP brings together diverse groups of creative thinkers from inside and outside government to tackle some of our nation's major data and technology challenges. To date, thousands of people, hundreds of organizations, and over 30 agencies have contributed to the Opportunity Sprints. These efforts bore fruit with hundreds of new open data tools that are now publicly available. I had a chance to review a few of this year's projects. I was amazed at their sophistication and particularly at how they spoke to community needs, from well-being to education and housing, access to federal grants and resources, and Indigenous data. You know, the solutions that emerge from our top sprints require a special kind of creativity and critical thinking by entrepreneurs. It's heartening to bring together aspirational thinkers, people who dream big, and some of our top-notch technical experts, all to focus on a community problem. And in addition to convening the sprint team, we support and enable them with technology and publicly available federal data. The results? Well, the solutions speak for themselves. They're tools that address problems from a community perspective. That's what's so meaningful and powerful, right? And that brings us to today's showcase. I'd like to give a special shout out on behalf of the Census Bureau to all who participated in our first ever Indigenous community focused sprints. One in particular focused on expanding opportunities for Native home ownership and housing stability. It was spearheaded by the Census Bureau's very own tribal relations specialist, Elena Capone. A second sprint sought to strengthen pathways to grants and funding for Indigenous communities. It was our first sprint led by a nonprofit group. That's really exciting because it means their problem statements came directly from the affected community using the community's framing. We appreciate and applaud both groups' efforts. They used their data collected by the Census Bureau to tell stories about American Indian and Alaska Native communities. Yes, we like to brag that the Census Bureau provides tribes with their data. These data provide a rich source of information to help American Indian and Alaska Native people in understanding and improving communities. The data are used for tribal governance, as well as for public health and economic planning. As public servants, we're committed to serving American Indian and Alaska Native tribal communities. And as we advance our mission, we continue to increase our engagement with tribal nations and to understand and mitigate unique barriers for Indigenous and tribal access to data and to resources. That's why, in addition to the Opportunity Project sprints, we have initiatives such as our Tribal Relations Program itself, the Race and Ethnicity Coding Improvement Project, Statistical Products First, and the recent historic Memorandum of Agreement with the Osage Nation. All of these reflect our commitment to serve tribal nations and the people of Indian country. By working together, valuing diverse perspectives, and committing ourselves to collaboration and excellence, we'll produce more useful statistics about the American Indian and Alaska Native population and improve their access to those statistics. And that's exactly what I see in the solutions being developed by all of this year's top projects. They embrace community engagement by asking participants to view problems and develop solutions from their own perspectives. And the magic elixir that crystallizes the solution is data. So I'd like to congratulate and thank current and former participants in the Opportunity Project for their creativity and determination in finding solutions to their community's challenges. Please enjoy the rest of today's showcase. Please learn from it. And please think about making solutions to your own community. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Director Santos. We are so appreciative of your support of the Opportunity Project, the U.S. Census Bureau, and your stewardship of data to the American people. I'm now excited to introduce our second keynote, a major champion of TOP and innovation more broadly at the Census Bureau, Dr. Ron Jarmin. He's the Bureau's Deputy Director and Chief Operating Officer, and in his more than 25-year career here, he has also served as the Acting Director and other leadership positions. He led the 2017 Economic Census and the 2020 Decennial Census. He's also a diehard Ducks fan and widely known as the Cool Dad. Ron, over to you.
Hello, everyone. I'm Ron Jarmin, Deputy Director here at the U.S. Census Bureau. And thank you all for joining us today as we learned about the amazing work being done through Census Open Innovation Labs. The Opportunity Project is an initiative that I've been championing since its inception and a project that I greatly admire. Bringing together technologists, government, and communities to rapidly prototype digital products using federal open data is a major accomplishment, and one that we take great pride in doing. The Opportunity Project 2024 features some amazing speakers and discussions on civic technology, public sector innovation, effective models for cross-sector collaboration, inclusive design, and data accessibility. Every year, I'm impressed by the work done in the short amount of time these sprints take place. This year, we partnered with agencies across government, nonprofits, and academia to lead a total of 5 technology development sprints. There were 3 national sprints, including Empowering Community-Led Wellbeing Measurement, led by the Department of Commerce, Harvard Business School, and the National League of Cities, Enhancing Access to Federal Science and Technology Research and Development Funding, led by the National Institute of Biomedical Imaging and Bioengineering, and the National Institutes of Health, and the STEM Education Workforce, led by the U.S. Department of Education. TOP is also leading its second year of sprints focusing on Indigenous communities, with sprints on expanding opportunities for Native homeownership and housing stability, and building stronger pathways to grants and funding for Indigenous communities, led by the National Urban Indian Family Coalition and Natives Count Coalition. Like every year, this year's sprints featured innovative technology and data products, of open innovation in government, and hosted conversations with leading experts and grassroots community members. To date, thousands of individuals, hundreds of organizations, and more than 30 federal agencies have participated in TOP. And TOP has catalyzed more than 230 digital tools and products, including apps, websites, interactive maps, data visualizations, games, and more. We are so proud to support this amazing program. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Jarmin, and thank you again, Director Santos. I think I speak for all of us when I say our work would not be possible without both of your leadership. I'm excited to transition us into our first tech team panel of the day. In these panels, you will hear from the technologists that built solutions to the challenges explored this year about the products they built, their perspectives on these topics, and the impact they hope to foster with these tools. Each of the tech team panels is moderated by a user advocate involved in the sprint. As you may recall, user advocates represent the potential end users of the tools and advise the teams from beginning of the sprint to end on what the most impactful and valuable outcomes may be. I'm pleased to hand the virtual mic over to Megan Grady Serrano from Beyond 100K. Megan and Beyond 100K served as user advocates in this year's sprint on strengthening the STEM educator workforce led by the U.S. Department of Education. This sprint focused on developing tools that enable local education agencies, states, and school districts to expand and strengthen their STEM teacher workforce. Megan, over to you.
Thank you all so much. I'm here today with the tech teams from the Sprint. My name is Megan Grady Serrano. I'm the manager of strategic initiatives at Beyond 100K. Beyond 100K unites leading STEM organizations to go develop and implement solutions to end the STEM teacher shortage by 2043. And we had the amazing opportunity to serve as user advocates for the Opportunity Project. I have gotten to know so many of these wonderful people here on screen, and I am excited to help them really share the work that they did through this sprint. So without further ado, let's dive on in. Our first question is, what made you interested in this sprint, both the topic of strengthening the STEM educator workforce and the format? And I will actually kick it off to Mallory to start us off.
Thank you so much, Megan. I will just say it was such an honor to be a part of this cohort. And what drew me to it was the same thing that made it an honor, which was to be surrounded by so many incredible, inspiring people who have a lifelong dedication to and track record of finding innovative ways to tackle this same problem. So for me, I come to this work as labor economist turned school teacher and school principal. And so I have one perspective of how I've always thought about the teacher shortage problem, but being surrounded by so many amazing colleagues who have thought about the same problem in such innovative ways from a different lens that I know we'll hear about today made this one of the more worthwhile collaboratives that I've been a part of. And it was really something special.
Thanks so much, Mallory. Speaking of collaboratives, I'll actually pass it off to Dr. Lindsay Judd next.
Hello, good afternoon. I will echo Mallory's sentiment. Feel very lucky to be amongst others who are really charged with trying to support our community and recruiting and sustaining STEM teachers in the field. The EdFi organization Alliance is we've been founded back in 2012, and we've been on a mission of really transforming education through data interoperability. And this was a great opportunity to leverage those skills within our team and with colleagues and partnerships that we have, many who are on the call today, to be able to promote and offer the field another solution, leveraging a data standard and the relationships that we have to really provide another avenue to try to get some insight into data and how we can help inform that.
Joe, I'd love to hear more about your work and Tech Levitate's experience in the sprint.
Yeah, thanks, Mallory. Thanks, Megan. And kind of echo what Mallory and Lindsay were kind of discussing is that, that interest in STEM and finding, teachers has been one of the challenges that, my team has personally faced, right? We, as a former, founder for a charter school, and then we have a member on a team who's been a teacher themselves in college, and another who's actually leading, programs in emerging tech, right? Like drones and stuff like that. Finding, STEM teachers who can support the students, who have both the skill set of that tech knowledge as well as the ability to kind of push the students towards even some of the monetization sides of STEM was really interesting for us. Which is one of the reasons why we were really interested in exploring this problem. And we saw, a great opportunity there for us to come up with some ideas to help support in students' education. So definitely excited about it and appreciative to TOP for allowing us to participate.
And Ivy, another organization that is a little more fresh-faced, but not at all new to the data space. Share with us your experience.
Yeah, thank you, Megan, and thank you to all the other user advocates and tech teams that made it really a joy to be a part of this project. My organization, Scientific and Engineering Technical Assistance for Education, otherwise known as CETA-Ed, was founded together to bring together multiple areas of expertise. So we were really excited by the chance to participate in this project because it demonstrated a very similar practice of bringing together various groups of people with different skill sets and different problem-solving approaches to work towards this common goal to measure and develop actionable tools and outcomes to support our STEM teacher workforce. We also don't like to reinvent the wheel. And we often see that solutions already exist, but just often unevenly distributed, accessible, or utilized. So we really appreciated that the Opportunity Project really highlighted existing data sets, research endeavors to unlock these barriers and use what already exists within the census and the Department of Ed, and really highlight those tools that already exist, and figure out how we can further the STEM workforce across not just a few states, but the entire nation.
Thanks, Ivy. And Tim, I'll pass it off to you now.
Yeah, so at the time of our acceptance into the Opportunity Project, Studio B3 was officially 13 days old. One of our co-founders had been involved with a previous sprint in a different sector and thought this topic would be a natural fit, not only for our mission of helping great minds do great work, but also for our collective skill set. As 3 longtime members of Mensa, STEM education has had a monumental impact on all of our lives, and we are committed to helping secure its future in the public arena.
Thanks so much for that, Tim. Maria, I'll let you finish us off.
What made me very interested, I am the owner of Common Mindful LLC with my 2 daughters, the family firm business, is that I am an educator of 30+ years, and I've been working in 11 years in career technical education. I have seen firsthand shortage, not only in science and math, but also special education and foreign language. And seeing teachers as a revolving door and having new teachers coming, that was brought me to this topic. How can we make sure that we can retain teachers in their profession?
Amazing. So now that we know who all is in the room, I'd love to really dive into the tools that you built. So please describe the tools you built. Who are your intended end users? What's the impact you hope the product will have on them? Share with us all about your tools. And I'll actually kick it off to Ivy to start us off this time.
Yeah. As I said earlier, that solutions already exist. They're just unevenly distributed. So our partnerships and data science team leveraged a 3-phased approach to tackling this challenge over the course of the 12-week sprint. We envisioned an inclusive and equity-centered program that was going to try to right this injustice by using this 3-stage approach to identify, analyze, and apply solutions in practice. So starting with the first thing is identify. We partnered with the user advocates in the states that were a part of this sprint to uncover their current challenges as well as existing bright spots. We developed a formula for prioritizing areas of focus that would unlock the greatest impact across those states, which led us to focusing on expanding support for non-traditional teacher preparation programs, because we found that overall the supply of teachers has been dramatically decreasing, and diversity throughout teacher prep programs is also decreasing, while alternative non-traditional teacher preparation programs actually increases diversity. And we found that the majority of STEM teachers actually come from non-traditional teacher preparation programs. So we really wanted to focus in on how do we measure those workforce advantages and how do we actually apply them in practice. And then our second step of that process was analyzing. As I said before, we didn't want to reinvent the wheel, so we prioritized collecting existing openly available data sets and solutions, really trying to understand how do we currently measure teacher supply and demand. And we organized all of that into a data assets repository, and we labeled them so that we could, be able to search for existing solutions. And then our third step is kind of our strategy for the future. Our team is offering to continue to support states directly in modernizing their workforce data systems and applying these existing solutions in new contexts. So we offer a wide range of technical assistance to states to develop critical data infrastructure, analytics, data dashboards, leveraging existing data standards, applying robust data security and privacy measures to solve these problems. And throughout this entire process, we are really grounded in our core values. So we apply an assets-based approach throughout the entire process, and a very user-centric approach throughout the entire process as well, of really trying to meet each state individually where they're at and what they need.
Thanks so much, Ivy. Tim, I'll have you share next.
All right. So when assessing the problem internally, especially after hearing from our user advocates, we felt that the most effective use of our time and resources was to provide two comprehensive index scores, essentially pros and cons, for anyone to make an informed decision on whether a career in STEM education would be a good fit in a certain geographic area. The data we incorporated included compensation, local housing costs, teacher support, projected classroom environment, and an estimate of the number of existing STEM professionals in the area, and was granular down to individual schools wherever possible. In its current iteration, we see this as a useful tool for career switchers, which is our target audience at Studio B3, and also for policymakers to quickly and visually assess areas of need within their jurisdiction. The tool itself contains two maps of the nation with color-coded indicators denoting the strengths or perceived weaknesses of each school in the grid. In both maps, blue is more favorable and orange is less so. The CAN index, CAN, covers the challenges and needs a teacher may face in the classroom, while the Thrive index, THRV, represents the teacher housing and remuneration viability, an estimate of expected lifestyle comfort with a STEM education career in that area.
Thank you for that. Mallory, I'd love to hear more about your tool.
Of course. So our Toolcraft is a free tool for any university or alternative certification provider to use to track the clinical component of their school program. And so whether that's a traditional school of education, alt-cert, teacher apprenticeship, teacher residency, they can track a student's learning on the job for free. What that is meant to do is to then, yes, make it easier for those programs to monitor real-time learning for their students, but our real end user that we're targeting are state policymakers looking to have more informed choices that they can make based on what the data is saying about their teacher supply, right? So let's say, for example, I'm a policymaker and I want to end my STEM teacher shortage. Well, first of all, I have to know what the STEM teacher shortage looks like. Is it spread across the entire state? Is it just in secondary grades or is it K through 12? Is it a diversity question? Like I need to know what is true about my supply of teachers. And so I first use the tool to log in and see the analytics, and it tells me based on that on the ground sort of ground up visualization of data to tell me that. And then let's say that I have $10 million that I decide to put into a STEM educators initiative. I want to know if it's actually working. And so it lets me see in real time, I can log into that same portal and see if I invested $3 million in this corner of the state and $5 million in that corner of the state and another $2 million somewhere else. Did I actually see 6 months later that more people started getting trained in STEM? Do I see more people start graduating or persisting? And so our hope and our goal here is that we can do something that we've never been able to do before for policymakers, which is let them see in real time what policies are needed, and if they implement them, what changes start to happen in their STEM workforce or in any other part of their educator workforce as well. And the hope here is that we're able to make more informed choices with policy that have a higher ROI for every dollar invested in terms of what our STEM workforce looks like relative to what we want it to be.
Thanks so much, Mallory. Really thinking along these policy lines, Maria, I'd love you to share more about what you've been working on and your end users.
The first tool is a mix of technical and non-technical. Is the intended user is for the STEM teacher, but not only by himself, also with a mentor. So we created an online learning module for novice STEM teachers with topics that, according to the literature review done and the 8 user advocates interviews, are the topics that are more challenging for the novice teachers. Although they review that in colleges, and they probably go quickly over that in an alternate route, these are topics that are necessary to retain them in the field. The online module of pedagogy and teaching techniques proposed is to be completed at the teacher's own pace with the assistance of a veteran teacher mentor. The mentor will follow a guide with principles of adult education learning theories when assisting the novice STEM teacher. This is a third product that is still in development. I'm still developing the guide for the mentor. By incorporating these theories into their practice, trainers can create more effective and engaging professional development experiences for these novice STEM teachers. Improving teacher satisfaction with the profession, retention, student outcomes, and possibly social change. The features of that product, it includes 8 different topics with videos, articles, science or evidence-based practices, best practices, instructional practices for the classroom. Also, in every subtopic, we'll have a discussion post and an assignment for each. The discussion posts are for the teacher to respond to a challenge, to show understanding of the topic, review with the mentor. And the purpose is to create an online learning community of novice STEM teachers because they respond to the challenge, but at the same time, they have to reply to 2 other colleagues that might be participating in the module. The assignment is where the teacher applies the skill or concept of the topic in a lesson plan and review it successfully, the success of the challenges of that topic or concept or skill learned with their mentor. Now, the second product is a white paper. This is non-technical. And I didn't mention the first product is a Canvas infrastructure online module where the teachers join the online community, but it's hybrid because they need the guidance of a mentor. Product number 2 is a white paper with policy recommendations based on the findings of the semi-structured interviews of 8 user advocates, STEM literature review, and current STEM legislation and bills at the national level and on the state levels. All that was used to create this policy paper. There are 3 main areas that the STEM teacher or educators workforce needs support. First one is enhancing teacher training programs. The second one is increasing incentives for STEM educators with funding. And the third one is supporting ongoing professional development for the STEM teachers. The benefit and outcomes of policy addressing STEM educators workforce shortage will improve teacher quality and retention, increase diversity in STEM fields. It will be better aligned with the current needs of workforce and enhance student engagement. We will bring better student outcomes that may possibly result in social change and strengthen the STEM ecosystems.
Thank you so much. Joe, I'll bring it to you next.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Megan. So our solution that we're working on is actually called the STEM Invader app. And really our focus was trying to figure out 2 hypotheses. One was around the teachers who are a part of the reason that there are not as many STEM teachers is because of the amount of pay that they earn, right? And if we provide a way for them to earn additional income as they're learning these skills or getting these skills, that would actually keep them in the field. And then the other one was if there's a way for that collaboration between the students and the teacher to build some ideas together, whether that would also keep them in a field by working together with their students to monetize a solution. So with our application, we allow focused on teachers, right, innovative teachers who are actually trying to build out different ideas and concepts, whether they can earn certain skills by what we call third-party vendors. So we have certain tools and engineering applications that these teachers would learn. They would then get certified in those applications. We would gamify the approach so that way they would actually learn those applications with their community of teachers as well. Because one of the other challenges that we've found in our research is that teachers are not connected. They're in their classroom and it's hard for them to connect with other teachers, especially within STEM. Right. And then from there, our teachers can then earn revenue from those particular ideas. And so either it would be through Web3, like crypto, they can earn by just performing different tasks, or they can earn grants or something like that from the third parties who are actually asking them to utilize their tools. So that's kind of the thought that we were looking at for our application. And really looking at, again, innovative teachers as being one of the end users. The other thing is school administrators, for them to actually attract new teachers to their area. And we looked at the list of actually shortages, like teacher shortages, and trying to connect to those students, or sorry, those schools within those areas. And then finally, the other thing that people that we were considering was entrepreneurs. There are a lot of schools like iCode and all of these different opportunities that are popping up in around the country. Can we actually have these teachers earn some skills that relate to those as well? So that way they can take that skill set not only in their classroom, but connect to some of the other entrepreneurs that are in their area to earn additional income. So
much. And Lindsay, I'll have you finish us out for this question.
Great. Yeah, so I think the notion here was how do we empower the field with data use, both at a district level and at an education service agency level, knowing what we've talked about a lot today around the persistent teacher shortage in general, but especially around areas like bilingual education and STEM and math. And so, the situation's is aggravated by a decrease in the number of new educators entering the field. And so really needing a localized approach to better understand what's happening in our regional areas, to better cater for strategies, both at the district and education service agency level. And data is a way to do that. And so in working with the field, it became very evident that that data is not easily accessible, nor are those insights they're able to be kind of brought together to paint a picture of what's going on. And so this work, the aim of this work was really to design an EdFi-backed data standard analytics tool that was high leverage, that would help all districts and education agencies kind of raise that the equilibrium of what people are able to just know at a basic level. And so because this is user-centered and user-focused, thinking about, our chief of human resources personas, or our superintendent personas, or just our data analysts in general, what would they need to be able to know? And so as we worked with the field and developed an advisory group, they really helped us define an essential question, one around staffing, one around vacancy, and one around retention. And that helped us develop the analytics visualizations that you'll see as mock-ups currently, but will inevitably be developed as an open source solution for our community to utilize. Questions like what is the proportion of our staff, including newly hired, in meeting certification requirements? How do teacher vacancies, especially in STEM, vary across our district or our county? Are there certain assignments connected to higher retention? And so when we think about STEM, you're able to filter and kind of identify those groups of teacher candidates or teachers who are current staff or staff that have left, unfortunately, to be able to start getting some insights and equipping the decision making that's happening both at the district and the education service agency level. I also will say that part of that was developing documentation that would help complement those mock-ups to be able to better define the data requirements that will be needed to power these analytics tools, because that is a big thing to know as well. If you don't have the data to be able to power the analytics, that's problematic. And so that documentation spells out, what the current state looks like, what the future state could look like, who are your end users, and really what the questions are that we're trying to be able to better answer. So we're really excited about this. And again, we'll be developing that out as a solution soon.
Thanks so much, Lindsay. I love that you started that out by saying that your goal was to empower the field. And I think that's something that's been so true throughout listening to all of your work throughout this entire sprint process, that was very much the goal of everyone, is to empower those end users. And you also set us up so well for our final question. What's the future of your tool? What are collaborations or partnerships that could help you reach the next level? And are there any calls to action you'd like to share? And Lindsay, I'll have you start us out since you were already talking a little bit about the future.
Yeah, great. Thanks, Diane. So the intent is to build out the solution, leveraging the learnings, continuing to refine the solution as we learn more from different states and their demographic or just localities that might be a little bit more nuanced. We do think that what we've developed is pretty foundational. And so we are excited to be piloting through a funded pilot. We're going to focus in California first, and probably branch out to other states, including New York, to be able to really test this out, and then inform our refinements and get better at what we're doing. But the we also want to make sure that we get it right, right? And that it's accessible and sustainable for people to use as well. So if you're interested, I don't know if this is when I do my pitch, Megan, but people can reach out to me at lindsay.judd@edfi.org if they're interested in learning more.
Yes, please. This is the best time for pitches. Thank you so much, Lindsay. I'll have Maria. I would love to hear what's next for you.
Well, this is the first time I'm participating in a sprint as a creator. But it's my third time participating. The first 2 times I was a user advocate. I would like to see the online module learning systems used by school districts, States Department of Education, the U.S. Department of Education if interested, and use this idea and build it into something that can be tailored to the workforce needs in the regions of those different states. The second product, which is targeting legislators and U.S. Congress and state legislators, I would like to distribute that with the help of the U.S. Department of Education or other advocacy groups to several stakeholders that can contribute to advocacy for legislation supporting the STEM educators workforce, like the STEM Education Coalition, the After School Alliance, the Society of Hispanic Professional Engineers, the National Science Teachers Association, state legislators, U.S. representatives and senators, teachers and education leaders, out-of-school partners, because this is a document that can be also have to be tailored to the needs of specific regions and industries, and can help us leverage the field for novice teachers and increase their experience for them so they can remain in the teaching profession.
Ivy, what is next for CETA Ed?
Yeah, so we specifically designed our organization, which was actually just kicked off this year, around a highly effective operating model that's been used for over 70 years by federal ARPAs, or Advanced Research Projects agencies like DARPA and ARPA-H, who've used this model to produce like real transformative advances in their fields. Things like the internet, GPS, COVID vaccines, things that really changed the field for the better. So this model, the CETA model, which stands for Scientific and Engineering Technical Assistance, is why we named our organization CETA Ed, so CETA for Education R&D. We are essentially a vetted consortium of top experts in the field that allow us to operate very nimbly, quickly, and cost-effectively to support federal and state governments and agencies that are doing, technology adoption or development or, education R&D portfolios. So our areas of expertise that we support, states or nonprofits or the federal government in are technical and engineering expertise, legal, policy, and comms expertise, and then learning science and strategies for inclusive scaling of those things. So on the technical and engineering front, we are experts in data systems design and execution. We've built dozens of white label data infrastructures. So very often white label, open source kind of things that we develop specifically for government agencies as well as nonprofits. And we have a very strong bench of cloud architects, systems engineers, machine learning engineers, and security experts to help support existing infrastructures and data systems or build new ones, either on-prem or in the cloud. With our legal and policy assistance, our Our team of legal experts frequently advise on the Hill, and they're experts in understanding and navigating data privacy laws and regulations, and first and foremost, protecting our students and our teachers and building trust with our communities and our district partners. And so applying this to this particular project, as I had said before, we found that STEM teachers come from a very wide variety of routes, particularly non-traditional preparation programs. So we'd love to expand our data-driven insights that we've made thus far through this 12-week sprint through additional data gathering efforts to help states optimize their efforts in recruiting and incentivizing career changers or those coming over from non-traditional teacher preparation pathways. Some of the things that we were thinking about was collecting some additional data from online job platforms or establishing data sharing agreements directly with districts who already collect these systems, but maybe on closed systems, would enable us to uncover when and how states could most effectively bolster their efforts to recruit teachers coming over from industry. And then some other ways that we are offering, beyond just collecting additional data and developing those analytics is also developing that infrastructure and those data systems to support states and collecting that data, visualizing it, and making decisions off of it long term. So if you want to get in contact with us, our website is ceta-ed.com. You can also reach out to me at ivy@cetaed.com.
Thanks so much, Ivy. Mallory, what is next for Craft and what do you want people to know?
Yeah, first, thanks to this amazing collaboration, Craft has actually developed a couple of partnerships and actually hired one of the other members of this sprint to come be our full-time in-house economist. So what's next is a bright future, thanks in part to this sprint. And from there, what comes next is we have built out this prototype for state policymakers to be able to observe and make real-time adjustments to their teacher supply. And we have identified 2 states where we are starting this partnership. We are getting going on that right now. And we are excited to incorporate their feedback from what they see and learn out in the field to build something even more robust. Our future state of where we hope this goes is that this is something that is used in all 50 states, in every school district, and at the national level, so that anyone who is responsible for thinking through their local teacher supply, whatever that is for them, has the tools they need to do this in real time, free of cost. And so if you're interested in learning more because you are someone that touches any part of the teacher supply anywhere, my hope is that you'll get in touch. And our website is crafteducation.com. And you can reach me at mallory@crafteducation.com. So I hope to be hearing from people soon.
Amazing. Tim, what is next for you?
As I mentioned earlier, we are a talented but very new and very under-resourced team of 3. All of us fully volunteer while splitting focus with our jobs. We expect to have secured 501c3 status by the end of the year and would love to partner with anyone who recognizes the value in our mission and vision and is in a position to help bring this tool to its fullest potential. As for the tool itself, our target users are policymakers, administrators, and anyone considering a career in STEM education. We'd love for them to see it.
All right. The last but certainly not the least. Joe, what is next for Tech Levitate? What do you want people to know about your next steps? How can they get involved?
Yeah, for us, we're very early stages trying to figure out the best approach for how we can engage and interact with the teachers in the school district. So we're still learning a lot. But for our future, I would say the monetized version of Duolingo meets Masterclass. So that's kind of where we're trying to get to. And we're trying to figure out how do we do that and engage and get the right teachers on the platform. So our future is kind of building out the platform. We're trying to actually build in gamification components into the platform that we have. And also as trying to connect with how do we connect with the community and build a community of educators on the platform so we can learn more, right? So that way we can serve them better and help them serve students better. So really to start off with, if you can go to stemovator.com, especially if you're a teacher, and sign up, you can get more information and we can kind of connect with you as we slowly build out the platform. So that's one way. And then the other way is reaching out to me through top@techlevitate.com. Reach out if you know about the school system, if you know about how to engage as a student administrator. If you're an entrepreneur and you're actually looking at some of those things like iCode and all these other things that are coming out, would love to connect with you to find out just some of the thoughts that you have around working with teachers and what things that you would need from our platform. So looking forward to connect, and thanks again. This has been awesome with Tom, and we're working through this with everyone.
Thank you all so much. I can say, as somebody who works in ending the STEM teacher shortage, I am so inspired and excited by the work that all of you are doing and the different ways that you are approaching this problem. And I cannot wait to see where these futures go. Thank you all again. This has been a real pleasure. I am going to hand it over to Haley again and the top team to lead us into our next section.
Thank you so much, Megan. I would also like to give a very special shout out to Mecca Smith, our fearless sprint leader from the Department of Education, who was instrumental in making this sprint a success. From the inception of the idea through the final product demonstrations, Mecca demonstrated what it means to be a passionate sprint leader and problem solver. We are so appreciative of your work. I'll next hand it over to Taylor Gilliland, our sprint leader from the National Institutes of Health Sprint on enhancing access to federal science and technology research and development funding. Just like Mecca, it has been a privilege to work alongside Taylor and his passion and knowledge for this topic. Taylor, take it away.
Thanks so much, Haley. Really appreciate being able to be here today. My name is Taylor Gilliland. I am a senior advisor to the NIH Deputy Director for Program Coordination, Planning, and Strategic Initiatives within the Office of the Director of the National Institutes of Health. And we have been really excited to partner with the Census Bureau team to develop this sprint. The goal that we really were trying to achieve through this effort was to enhance the research and development capacity at organizations, really across the innovation ecosystem in this country, and to do so by broadening access to federal science technology funding opportunities. So our real goal was to enable really everyone in our innovation ecosystem that's working on science and technology research and development, whether that be institutions, organizations, entrepreneurs, that they all are able to equitably contribute to our innovation ecosystem and be able to compete successfully for federal R&D funding in the science and technology space. So currently, the US government and all of our R&D funding agencies, we currently provide a lot of funding opportunities that have an emphasis on building research capacity, expanding the workforce and further developing training opportunities, improving infrastructure at institutions, and to do so at institutions and to support individuals who maybe historically have received relatively low levels of federal R&D funding in the past. However, we have all these great opportunities, but they can be kind of sometimes hard to find, especially for institutions and individuals and organizations that have not a ton of resources to constantly be searching for these kind of targeted R&D funding opportunities. That can be a real significant barrier to competing for and applying for and competing for these R&D funding opportunities. And so we thought we could partner with the top team and run a top sprint to develop tech tools or any kind of other digital resources that could assist these kind of individuals, institutions, and organizations to be more competitive for federal R&D funding by lowering that barrier to identifying and applying for those science technology funding opportunities. So, when we were initially in National Institutes of Health, we really focused on the biomedical research space, but we were talking with our colleagues at other R&D agencies across the US government, and we all have identified this similar problem. Again, these barriers of awareness and access to the R&D funding opportunities that we are constantly putting out there into the public and seeking applications for. And so we all agree that, there's got to be a way that we can leverage our federal open data, in this case, repositories of federal funding opportunities, and we can leverage that open data and develop new tools, new digital resources that can really assist individuals and institutions in that identification of those R&D funding opportunities, and then assist them with applying for those funding opportunities. These tools would enable entrepreneurs and institutions to be more competitive and kind of help level the playing field across our innovation ecosystem. And so, when we looked across how could we do this, I fortunately was already aware of the top Sprint team and realized we could partner and leverage the amazing infrastructure and protocols and processes and networks that have been built up over years of previous top sprints to help us, to partner with us at NIH, along with our federal R&D partners, to achieve that goal and develop those kind of tech tools. And so we're really excited today to share with you some of the outcomes of our tech sprint. We've had two amazing tech teams that developed some really great tools to assist entrepreneurs and innovators, again, and identifying and applying for those funding opportunities in the science and technology space. So I'm going to hand things over to Janan Batar from the Education Trust, who will then moderate a panel discussion with our great tech teams who participated in the sprint, and they'll be able to showcase their products. Janan, over to you.
Thanks, Taylor. I'm Janan Batar from the Education Trust, and I'm joined with Osa Ihi from Grant Fest and Dr. Amira McCoy from Minority Business Circle to talk about the sprint. I want to ask you both, but Osa, let's start with you. What made you interested in this sprint, both the topic and the format?
Awesome. Thank you so much for having me again. My name is Osa Ihi, and I'm with Grant Fest. There were several reasons why I wanted to be a part of the sprint. Number one was the community that we were serving. And so oftentimes MSIs are either in really close proximity to or directly serving CD populations. And so they really serve with this passion for innovation for these areas that and communities that really need access to innovation. And so to be able to support them, there's no better feeling. And I think number two is we're in a really cool time in our country where we have these tech hub designations, and there's such a huge emphasis on research and development, on commercialization of research, on just everything as it relates to innovation. And so to be working with NIH on all this really cool work, we couldn't pass up the opportunity.
Thanks so much for sharing. And Dr. McCoy, tell us a little bit about your interest in Minority Business Circle's participation in the sprint.
Yeah, so thanks, one, for having us and for the question. Again, I'm Dr. Amira McCoy. I'm the founder of Minority Business Circle. We decided to join the sprint as a team because we found that in our own research, we knew that sustainability came from federal contracts and grants. And a lot of the companies that we were working with, which we were more focused initially on minority small businesses, but we also learned that those businesses need to connect with minority serving institutions as subcontractors or as research and development officers. There's just places that they were unable to go, and we wanted to really provide that through our platform in regards to the information and connecting with federal resources and understanding how to apply successfully, which this was just a great pathway to us being able to, for ourselves, to access information on our platform and connect with government entities, but to also really bring our current clientele into the fold, as well as starting to reach out to some of those larger organizations and the ones within our communities that service organizations like the ones that we were already working with. So for us, this was a natural expansion that we were going towards anyway, but also provided just an unlimited opportunity for us in regards to our outreach and building out our platform.
Thanks, Dr. McCoy. I'll flip the order there then. I'd love to hear more about the tool that Minority Business Circle built, your intended users, and the impact you hope the product will have for those audiences.
Yeah, so throughout this sprint, we learned from a lot of the advocates in the sprint, gave us information around what was their hard stops in order to access federal contracts and opportunities. And we took that information and built it into our tool in a way that they're now able to go step by step in building out their business, along with tracking all of their entity management across all the platforms. So their expiration dates, their sam.gov information, all in one place. So when they do find an opportunity, they're able to apply without worrying about all of the back end information not being available. We also learned that there's a huge collaboration gap that exists currently within the federal grant market. So a lot of the MSIs are working across multiple people to fill out one application, very similar to small business owners, where they just don't have the knowledge base for all pieces of the application. And we wanted to address that on our platform as well, which would allow for people to, one, access historical data and information about an application process, and then two, get input and access to office hours and people that can help them to complete certain pieces of an application. These were just key. This seemed really small when you're talking about it, but huge when you're in the middle of an application process. Because of that research and development, that feedback that we got through this process, we were able to integrate that into our tracking system. So now within their dashboard, they're able to not only track their business requirements and essentials for their business, but they're also able to connect with other people within their organization and fill out a contract or a grant application together, and then submit all of that information at one time.
No, thanks so much. Yeah, and we hear that all the time from our academic and scholar friends on the side of the house that, I'm really well versed in how to study X, Y, or Z, but I don't know how to create the multi-million-dollar budget or the cost benefit analysis, and I might need some help to complete this complex grant. So thanks for clarifying that. Osa, I'd love to hear more also about what GrantFest created. Could you tell us about your tool, your users, and impact you're hoping it will provide?
Yes, absolutely. And I can kind of start off by talking a bit more about what GrantVest is. And so we are a commercialization intelligence platform. And so our primary goal is to help burgeoning companies get to market and current companies scale and grow. And so we do that really in three ways. Number one is through the assessments that we provide to help companies understand their capital readiness, their contract readiness, their commercialization readiness. Number two is we provide kind of market intelligence reports, so to give you really robust data about what your market opportunity is. And then number three is we match companies to capital and contract options. And so over the course of this sprint, we really focus on that latter. And so our goal was to build out a matching algorithm that would enable users to provide us with 1 to 2 sentences about who they were. And then based on those sentences, we'd be able to match them to everything that we saw on grants.gov, sam.gov, et cetera. And so because of the nature of our solution, we really focused on 3 core users. So one is going to be researchers. Number 2 is going to be small businesses, entrepreneurs. And number 3, kind of universities, nonprofits, et cetera. And so over the course of this sprint, I think one thing we really learned was that whether you're a small business that's burgeoning or an MSI, a lot of people were having trouble because they didn't have a ton of capacity, right? And so their whole question was, how do you increase our capacity? And so we really focused on building out that matching engine so that they could, at speed, be able to access all the opportunities that were directly for them with very, very little effort. And even as we're doing it now, we're still continuing to iterate and update that algorithm, but that was really the core of what we wanted to get done during the sprint.
Well, thank you. Thank you. It's so great to hear about that. Really love to hear about the capacity building components of the work thus far. And, also I'd love to hear more about the future of the tool and really, 3 sort of things. 1, what's next? What's the next iteration? And then 2, what's your future state? What's thinking, dreaming big? Where could it land? And what kind of collaborations or partnerships can help you reach the next iteration or the future state?
Man, those are such great questions. So I'll start off with number one. The next iteration for our platform is really twofold. So number one, we want to have more robust data. And so we are now going to take this information that we're getting at a federal level, especially when it comes to capital opportunities such as grants and contracts, and then overlay them with the state level. And so that users can come to our platform and be matched with not only things on grants.gov, but within their, their state. And so what we found is that there's certain grants such as SBI or STTRs that can serve as really good matching funding for commercialization grants on the state level. And so we really want to explore those synergies. The second thing we really want to improve on and update. And so it really comes down to the efficacy. And so one thing that we really want to work on is being able to make sure that we're providing users with the optimal grant opportunity, the optimal contract opportunity. And when we talk about these dream collaborations, we'd love to work across agencies and be able to test our algorithm against all the NIH opportunities, all the DOE, DOD, et cetera. And then number two is being able to do the same thing at the university level. And so to be able to match researchers, entrepreneurs with the opportunities that are available out there for them, and really, again, continue to test on that efficacy.
Awesome. Thanks so much. Thanks so much. And Dr. McCoy, the tool that you built over at MBC, can you tell us a little about future state? What's next? What's the dream? And who could help you get there? Who else do you want to collaborate with?
Yeah, so our tool, we're a startup, so we are constantly taking in feedback and information to figure out, what's best for the communities that we serve. And what we've learned through this sprint and through just our research and development as we're putting this tool together, we know that we need to, one, work across government entities, but we also want to be able to reach out to some of those larger organizations that are getting a lot of the federal opportunities currently. For us, what's next is that we really want to work across government entities, and we want to bring in big businesses, the ones that are in need of the subcontractors, whether that is to provide a product or service or to do research and development. We want to be able to connect them to the small businesses that we work with, as well as with the minority serving institutions that are now starting to come on our platform. We think those connections will continue to grow communities. It'll continue to sustain businesses across the nation, which is really our overall goal. We're looking for sustainability, and we know that that comes with a lot of companies working together. Some of what we're doing on the platform in the future is not only wanting to connect them with entities that they may not have been familiar with before, but we also want to connect small businesses with each other in regards to like putting forums in place where they can ask questions from one another, they can get immediate feedback. We really want to create a community online that people can trust. We learned through our own research that a lot of the failures that happen within the small businesses is just because they are accessing information too late. When there is an opportunity out there, they don't know about it in time, they can't apply in time. So we want to open up that communication line across businesses so that they could connect with one another in partnership, maybe on a subcontractor opportunity or partner with larger businesses. It's one of the pieces of our 4 pillars, which is connections, capital, classes, and coaches. So we're trying to integrate all of that into one place so that people have a one-stop shop when it comes to managing their business and their opportunities, opposed to always having to look or falling behind because they don't have the time to really go after those particular resources. We will bring them into their dashboard in one place.
So thanks so much. It sounds like you're really creating, a community of practice that folks can access. I'm wondering, Dr. McCoy, we on this are really focused on R&D, and so we're trying to build these connections and pathways. In your work, do you have an example of sort of big industry corporations or titans that have done the work to connect with smaller subcontractors? Is there a good like industry example of that? I'm just curious.
Yeah, so we've actually, in the last year, we've been able to gain some strategic partnerships that have been amazing for us, including the city of Hartford, who see they saw that they had an opportunity gap with fulfilling some of their minority contracts, and they've partnered with us to be able to identify companies that were ready to apply but did not know that these contracts were available. They also kind of, gave us a heads up in regards to their channels of communication and getting that information out just wasn't happening quickly enough. So by leveraging our platform and finding businesses that are already registered and ready to go and looking for the opportunities, they're seeing more applications being completed, and then therefore they're able to uh, really evaluate their RFP process with more options in place. So we know that, our model works. The partnerships with the larger entities is really what pushes it forward, because businesses are out here looking for opportunities, but one, they might not know where they fit in. They don't know what keywords to search. They're not signed up on every individual platform. We know that there's larger companies like JP Morgan that has a separate platform for suppliers to sign up to. So people are not seeing the RFP opportunities on their individual platform if they're looking on a RFP platform that doesn't capture an individual company. So for us, we're putting all of that information in one place and doing that research on their behalf. So even if they have to sign up on a platform to complete the application, at least they know that the opportunity exists and they're able to, evaluate if they want to move in that direction.
No, thanks so much for sharing that. I always love to hear about examples to build off of. I think just final thoughts, Osa, was there one thing that surprised you during the process about your intended users and access to R&D?
Yeah, I think the one thing that really surprised us was that people really, really need this stuff. Of course, we love the work and it's super interesting, but when we start figuring out what people were actually researching, what they were trying to commercialize, that's when we really uncovered what the impact and the magnitude of what this really could be. And truth be told, it really excited our team. It lit a fire under us. And I'll give you a particular example. There was a young woman who was working on some really interesting technologies for kind of prenatal health. And we got to run all these contracts for her and capital opportunities for her. And she found a really cool one with ARPA-H. And she's now exploring that opportunity. And we're doing the same thing with the state of Oklahoma as a whole right now. And so it's just so cool to see all of these communities coming together, trying to figure out ways to commercialize the technology, to do R&D, and to really find ways to, impact and change our country. And so I would say that would be the biggest takeaway and the thing that not only excited me the most, but was the biggest surprise.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Osa. Thanks so much, Dr. McCoy. And next, I'm really pleased to hand it over to Thera Naiman from the top team to hear from the students that participated in this year's top university program to build solutions to this same challenge.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining us today. I'm Thera Naiman, Innovation Program Manager at COIL, and I'm thrilled to introduce our first student panel of the afternoon. Each fall, undergraduate and graduate students across the country participate in TOPS University program to build digital tools through courses, clubs, and more. This year, 4 teams from Bowie State University, Columbia University, Clark Atlanta University, and Philander Smith University tackled the NIH-led topic of enhancing access to federal science and technology funding. We're pleased to have 4 of those talented students here today to speak about their experiences in the TOPS sprint. So without further ado, let's get started. To start us off, I'm going to ask each of you to briefly introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about who you are. So maybe we'll go ahead and start with Ariane.
Hello, everyone. My name is Ariana Campbell. I am a senior computer science major attending the illustrious Clark Atlanta University.
Thank you so much. Pete, what about you?
Hello, everyone. My name is Pete Ingram. I'm a sophomore at Philonis Smith University, and I'm majoring in computer science.
Thank you. Han?
Hello, everyone. I'm Han He, and I'm from Columbia University. I'm the first year graduate student from quantitative method of social science.
Thank you. And last but not least, Makai.
Greetings, everyone. My name is Makai Allen. I'm a junior at the Bowie State University with a major of computer technology and a subplan or concentrate in network enterprise infrastructure.
Great. Thank you all so much for joining us on this panel. For starters, I would love to ask each of you about what your team designed and how it responded to the problem statement. So maybe I'll start with Han for this question.
So hi, I'm Han, and I'm the project manager of the QMSS team. So through our user advocate interviews and the research of this project, we realized that there are so many students don't have the access to federal internship data, and they have struggled to navigate current job search aggregators. So to address this, our QMSS team developed a digital tool called FAST, F-A-S-T, Federal Aggregator of Science and Technology Internships. So it's designed to help students better navigate and decide overwhelming information on current aggregators. So we seek to encourage more students to launch their career in the public sector by reducing barriers on the internship search process. So our app has three key features. The first is that our app lists all available federal internship opportunities with highlights of the application deadlines and eligibility criteria. And second, we create a portal for the job providers so they can post their latest hiring information directly to students. And third, which is the most important, our app includes a resume matching algorithm. So this feature automatically evaluates users' resume, and we provide tailored job recommendations with matching scores. So it can help students quickly identify the roles that fits their qualifications. So before I finish, I want to give a huge shout out to my amazing teammates, Hannah, Julia, Ihan, Jason, and especially Samantha, and also to our support team. So we could not have this done without any of them. And I also want to thank our Professor DiCraccio and everyone who provided insightful ideas during the user advocate process. And thank you so much for your time and support.
Thank you so much. Maybe next, let's go to Makai, and then after that, we'll do Pete and then Ariane. So Makai, over to you. What did your team build?
My team built an application which could help strengthen accessibility and clarity amongst grant research tools amongst HBCUs and MSIs for grant writers and grant finders. And we did this through using MIT App Inventor. And shout out to my team members would be Gregory Simpkins, Marcus Galloway, and Taylor White, led by our professor, Dr. Lassen.
Great. Thank you so much. Pete, what about you?
Our team designed Grant Genius, a browser extension that simplifies the grant application process for students at mainly MSI institutions. This tool directly addresses the challenges outlined in our narrow problem statement, the complexity of finding relevant grants, managing deadlines, and organizing application materials. And key features of Grant Genius are the set and save feature, which allows users to choose grant criteria and save it in a saved spot inside the extension. And it has an automatic grant extraction feature, which monitors grant websites for updates and scans for key details, such as the title, amount, and the closing date. And the grant management I was talking about earlier, which allows you to save your grants in a section to view and organize access and to access opportunities. And we have the seamless integration, which will be a feature in the future, which allows you to view on multiple grant websites to see which grants match your criteria. And how it responds to the problem is it enhances user friendliness by integrating seamlessly with major grant websites. And team shoutouts I like to give are to my main teammates such as James, Angel, Onahi, Persia, Angel, and Persia Burrows. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Pete. Ariane, let us know what your team built.
The Clark Atlanta team consisted of me, Ariane Campbell, Crystal Bird, Ajane Horton, Malone Gibson, and Timadeo Adiemo. Our team designed an app called Major Matchmaker that simplifies the internship searching process. The app prompts the user for their information, like their GPA and their major, and it matches that student's information to internships found using federal open data. Our mentor, Mohammed, assisted us in finding the software to use for the creation of this app, which we also use MIT App Inventor, and the software to run it, which was called Android Studio 3. This app responds to our problem statement because the problem was that finding an internship is more tedious than it has to be, and this app makes this process more efficient and easy to use while also balancing the responsibilities that come with being a college student.
Thank you all so much. And I just want to highlight how different these tools are to respond to a very, very large problem that we presented you all with. And I personally am really impressed with the way that you all did a lot of user research. You spoke to people who were both already user advocates within the sprint, but also did outreach to people at your institutions, researchers, students, professors, and tried to learn more about this topic to figure out where exactly your team could slot in and help solve it in some way. So kudos to everybody for really engaging and embracing with this top process and producing 4 very different tools. So for the next question, I'm going to ask you a little bit more about the top process itself. So how you've already alluded in some of your answers to your conversations with user advocates or your relationship with your industry mentor. How do you think the top process helped you create something you may not have created otherwise? And as a follow-up to that, what did you learn about product development through the top process? So let's go in reverse order this time and start with Ariane.
So I can say that the top process has helped me create an app, which I haven't done yet, even though I am a computer science major. Because the curriculum is so complicated, we haven't even got to the point of making an app. And this whole program made me realize it's not as difficult as I think. I was super terrified in the beginning. I thought it was going to be super hard to make an app. But after talking to my mentor and getting the resources that we use, I realized it's possible and it's not as complicated as I think. So it's going to make me want to obviously make more apps and get used to tackling problems using apps.
That's really great to hear. And I'm glad that it made you less intimidated by app building rather than more. And just to add a little bit of a follow-up, so in the top program, for those who aren't aware, we have some industry experts who come in and offer support to the team. Do you mind sharing a little bit more about Mohammed and how he helped you with the app development process?
So Muhammad was super flexible with our schedules. Like if we needed him in 10 minutes, he was there. We would get on Zoom with him and we would just screen share and show him like where we were lost. So he would assist us in finding YouTube tutorials and also sending us different resources that he's used in the past and helping us maneuver through that software to get it to work how we wanted it to.
It's really great to hear. We're really appreciative of all of his support of your team and other teams in the sprint as well. All right, Pete, how about you? How would you say the top process helped you build something that you might not have built otherwise?
The top process helped me create something that I would have not created otherwise. And the fact that, as you said in the previous meeting, like this is like a huge problem that doesn't really have like a really comprehensive solution. And this insight seemed like it made the idea seem daunting to try and challenge to try and complete it. So however, through the thought process, it allowed me to break the problem down into like manageable pieces so that I can focus on like the user needs, the design, how to probably give them a solution that will actually effectively help them. And lessons I've learned throughout this process are that we have to focus on the users first. Secondly, we have to like tackle the complex issue by step so that it can be more easier and manageable. And next is collaboration. Like you really have to work with your team, or else like it'll all fail. And lastly, you have to make sure it leaves an impact so that the users keep coming back towards your product.
Yeah, absolutely. I really love those answers, especially your emphasis on user needs and sort of starting from those user needs instead of just building something that you think would be helpful. It's really important to have those conversations and figure out what would be most useful to the people you're trying to serve. So yeah, thank you so much for that question or for that response. Makai, what about you? How would you say the top process helped you build something that maybe you wouldn't have otherwise?
I feel as though the top process helped me and my team foster creativity through structure. So knowing that with a team, anything could be possible as long as we're coming in with a proper plan and everybody's managing their time and schedule properly and accordingly to others and being respectful of that time and understanding that collaboration is an integral success process involving diverse perspectives from one another, leading to a richer and more viable product. And as well as it helped me practice my problem solving skills, challenging me with new issues that we had to face in terms of developing a tool or software to solve all these problems that were given to us in a sprint in the sprint aspect with the little amount of time that we were given of and also just giving me a chance to think critically and creatively to solve complex problems as this is an essential skill for product developers.
Yeah, thank you so much for that response. I completely appreciate each piece of that. And it is such a quick process. From 10 weeks, you all went from not really having engaged with this topic at all to having built a tool that directly responds to it. So really appreciate all of that. Han, what about
Yes.
you?
So for me, I think the TOP process helped me to realize that there's many other people same as me with that we face the same challenge. So as a student, I also always been aware that finding a job or funding can be sometimes so challenging, but I never thought about changing it until like this TOP project has been a turning point for me. That during the user advocate process, I realized that there are so many students that they share the same problem. And it made me see how meaningful it could be to create a new platform to address and change these issues. And about the product development process, so I think kind of similar to Pitt, I'm like I learned the importance of the teamwork and also how important is the user-centered focus. So during the process, we assign specific responsibility to each team member and we ensure that every aspect of this project has handled efficiently. So it's helped us to bring this fast up to alive. And through the user advocate process, we also discovered how crucial that platform accessibility and user friendliness are. And we learned that this level of user friendliness is entirely rooted in the user experience. And I think this is really significant for a product development.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for that answer. I am also really curious, Han, you sort of alluded to this already in that response, but drawing from your work in the sprint, what would you like other students to know about career pathways in science, tech, and technology? So Han, if you want to tackle this first, and then I'll ask Ariane for her thoughts next.
Sure. So based on my work in the sprint, I think there are main 2 points during like this research and building process. So the first is that in science and technology, the STEM field, there are so many opportunities. So opportunities are abundant, but they're often fragmented. So they're all scattered across different platforms, and you need to use like different job aggregator, which it makes it kind of challenging to access or even discover what's out there. And that's why that we have this TOP project that having the right tools and resources to navigate these challenges is so important. And the second point is that I noticed the diversity in career paths within this field is really crucial, that the STEM, science and technology, aren't like one size fits all. There are so many roles in research, in development, in management, and in different across majors. So I think for students, it's better for them to explore this option earlier, and you can find a career that truly aligns with your passion and skills. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, Ariane, is there anything you'd want to add to that?
Yeah, I would want to add the fact that a big part of the process in this sprint was looking at the open data that consisted of the internships and looking at the requirements and looking at like what they want from the student. And something that I would want students to know about career pathways in science and technology is that the recruiters and people looking for us know that it's difficult, so the requirements aren't as competitive as you think, and I don't want anybody to be scared to apply. It's one thing to have these opportunities, but if you're scared to apply, it means nothing, and they want us, and it's not easy, and not a lot of people are pursuing career fields in science and technology because they're scared. So the fact that we're challenging ourselves in this way is definitely something that recruiters look for in these internship requirements.
Absolutely. And you never want to be the person to count yourself out of an opportunity. Let the people who are deciding who to give those internships or funding opportunities make that decision. But if you meet the criteria, it's always worth applying. So thank you for that point. And thank you to both of you for your responses on that. Finally, we're just going to wrap up with a quick question, which is, what would you say was the most rewarding part of the process for you? Pete, I'll turn this over to you to respond first.
The most rewarding process was knowing that me and my team gave our best effort to tackle a complex problem, and it was fulfilling to see how our hard work and collaboration came together to create a solution that could make a very big difference in people searching for grants and funding, and knowing that our work could help others navigate challenges that they may face in securing funding was incredibly motivating and made the entire experience worthwhile.
Thank you. Yeah, no, I think all of you have created tools that people can actually use and benefit from. So it's not just an assignment that you might get graded on, but no one else would actually benefit from. It's really something that can go out into the world and be useful. Makai, what about you? What would you say was the most rewarding part of the process for you?
The most rewarding part of this process was truly the opportunity to develop programming skills through the creation and design of applications and tools that effectively analyze statistical data to address these societal challenges that we were given. Additionally, this experience provided valuable lessons in professionalism, particularly in collaborating with seasoned professionals in STEM fields and observing their expertise and career trajectories, highlighting how higher education can empower individuals to leverage science and technology to benefit their communities while still shaping their own career pathways.
Thank you so much. I think that's a great note to end on. So I just want to thank all of you again for all of your work this fall in the top sprint, your amazing problem solving and the tools that you've created, and your participation today in the panel. So congratulations to all of you and your teammates on your excellent work tackling this very complex challenge. We can't wait to see where you all will go next in your careers, and we hope you'll keep in touch. And I'll now pass it back to Haley to introduce our next sprint topic, empowering community-led well-being measurement.
Thank you, Thira, and great job to the amazing top university students. To segue us into our next panel on empowering community-led well-being measurement, I'm pleased to introduce Drew Keller, the director of the Institute for Business in a Global Society at Harvard Business School, who served as the executive champion on this sprint.
Hello, everyone, and thank you for joining this final session of the Opportunity Project's Innovation Sprint. My name is Drew, and I am the director for the Institute for Business in Global Society, or BIGS, at Harvard Business School. It has been such an honor to support this sprint and witness the incredible work you've accomplished over the past several months. At BIGS, our mission is to explore how business can contribute to the common good and address some of society's most pressing challenges. We partnered with the Opportunity Project on this sprint because we believe that achieving a more just and equitable society requires us to rethink the metrics we use to define success. Too often, traditional indicators focus on economic growth alone, overlooking the more nuanced, human-centric aspects of well-being. We recognize the critical need for local well-being indicators to drive real change on the ground and to contextualize broader efforts. By focusing on local data, we can empower communities to harness insights that reflect their unique needs and priorities, enabling more targeted and impactful actions to improve the lives of individuals and families. This resonates deeply with Biggs's vision of fostering societal progress through innovative approaches. But what truly sets this sprint apart is how it demonstrates the transformative potential of partnerships. This was Biggs's and Harvard Business School's first time sponsoring a project like this, and I must say the results have far exceeded our expectations. The diversity of teams involved, ranging from nimble AI startups to established community data platforms, has really been extraordinary. Likewise, the range of solutions, from new data collection methods to cutting-edge LLM translation applications, has been nothing short of inspiring. The work you've done here reflects what is possible when we combine diverse expertise and perspectives with a shared commitment to impact. The Opportunity Project is a shining example of how collaborative innovation can drive real-world change. As we wrap up this sprint, I want to leave you with a message of encouragement. The tools and platforms you developed are more than just technical innovations. They represent new ways to measure, understand, and improve the well-being of our communities. These efforts demonstrate what's possible when we align diverse stakeholders to tackle complex challenges. Thank you all for your dedication, your creativity, and your passion for making a difference. Biggs and Harvard Business School is proud to have supported this sprint, and we look forward to continuing these partnerships and finding more opportunities to drive transformational change together. Thank you and congratulations on an outstanding sprint.
Hi, everyone. I am super excited to be here today with the top sprint for Census Innovation Labs. My name is Erin Buchendorp. I'm with the City of Lansing. I'm the Community Development Manager for our Department of Economic Planning and Development. And I am here with the tech teams from the following places. I'm here with Enterprise 501c3, Cloud Raven, Full Frame Initiative, My Sidewalk, and Blue Meta Technologies Cloud Leap. First, gonna jump right off into, we'll work with Tanya to tell us all about what made you interested in your sprint, both the topic and the format, and then we'll go from there for each of the tech teams.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Erin. So happy to be with all of you all again. So I think what made us really interested in this sprint about community well-being measures, first of all, is well-being and really trying to advance well-being equity is the work of the Full Frame Initiative. We are a national social change organization, and our North Star, our mission really is to make this a country where everyone has a fair shot at well-being, and we really see our country sort of built and designed in ways that make it really difficult for some of us to access well-being. So when we were invited to be part of this sprint that would really identify, well, what does community well-being actually look like, right? And how do you actually measure that in any given community? We were really interested in that and had been doing some work for a little bit, kind of playing around with this idea of community well-being asset mapping. And we had done a couple of pilot projects in a couple of cities, really playing around with these ideas. And we saw this sprint as a way to truly accelerate our thinking, accelerate the development of community well-being asset mapping. And for us, really having the rigidity and kind of rapid timeline of this 14-week sprint, plus the 2-week milestones that were built in throughout the process, really pushed us to kind of keep our heads down and really focus on this. And I think we were able to accomplish in 14 weeks way more than we could have just sort of months and months on our own kind of dabbling with this. So the structure of the sprint, I think, really added a lot to our thinking and development of this. And then I think, much like today, being able to be with the other teams and learn and share, get feedback, be able to ask questions, I know made our product much better. We came into this work certainly with our own network and relationships, but being able to be connected to the wonderful user advocates, including yourself, Erin, to be able to talk with and get your questions and perspectives that we didn't, have before, I think made all of this a much richer and valuable experience. So that's why we were excited about this.
Well, thank you. And also, thank you. We'll go next to Brian. Tell us about what made you interested in the sprint.
Well, let me start with just introduction. The enterprise is a California nonprofit corporation founded in 2014. That means 10 years ago, with a mission basically of community health and helping people get health in their own hands. So during those years, we had ups and downs, and then COVID kind of crashed us, grounded us, if you will. And we participated in the sprint last year also, and it really did get us off our butts. It got us moving, and it was a structure, the support from the folks at Census and FDA and Commerce have always been enthusiastic beyond our expectations. So that's what really got us started. A sense of helpfulness, a sense of actually encouragement. It's like, what can we in the government do for you? And I said, yeah, right. But it turned out that, just like you said, Tanya, the collaboration and the thing, I think it's a very excellent exercise. So that's what I have to say about it.
Thank you, Brian. I appreciate it. And I agree. Government, especially, it's that trickle down and working in local government. I can attest exactly to what you're saying. So, Caitlin, love to hear what you have to say about why you were interested with My Sidewalk and working on this sprint.
Thank you, Erin. We felt aligned with the topic, empowering community-led well-being measurement from the very start. At the core of the sprint is putting information about communities in the hands of the people and the organizations that live in those communities, that work there, whose kids go to school there, play in their neighborhoods, so they can define what well-being means for them and then take steps that make a measurable difference. It's basically the bread and butter of what we do at My Sidewalk. We take data and communication tools and we put it in one place so that you have information about the places you care about. In fact, at the informational meeting, everybody gets an informational meeting who's invited into the sprint about, what the sprint will be about, what the concepts are. And at that meeting, one of the slides that introduced the topic actually had a screenshot of a dashboard that San Antonio had built with our tool. And so seeing that was very much a sign that this was the right thing for us. We've been in sprints before, but this felt, out of all the ones we've participated in, perhaps the best fit. The format itself was also very familiar. We take similar steps to learn, build, iterate on the tools that we build for our users. But it was a unique opportunity to hear about what matters from folks who are outside our user base, including you, Erin, which was a really fantastic conversation that we got to have. So that's a little bit about why we were interested in this sprint and what got us excited about doing that.
Thank you, Caitlin. And I agree. It was a good conversation. Rob, love to hear what you have to say about Cloud Raven and your participation with the sprint.
Yeah, thank you, Erin. It was a wonderful sprint. This is actually the this is actually the third sprint that our team has been a part of. We partner with the Full Frame Initiative on the last sprint. And so we were familiar with the concept of well-being, and building a national well-being index was rather difficult because of the way in which all the different communities wanted to represent their priorities. So our goal was really about, could we minimize the time to innovation for individual researchers that are already actively engaged on this type of research project? So can we accelerate research where you're taking the thesis of some public domain data set and not necessarily building a product or a service, but a solution? And in a lot of cases, it's trying to get the ideas and themes and indicators represented at the weighting that you would expect given your priorities and inputs. So translating that down into a process where we can start to trigger analytic workloads that generate geospatial insights, in addition to some of the other things that we're wanting to innovate around. We saw opportunities not just for building out new product, but thinking about solving the process in a different means. So could we incorporate product development in a scheme where we're looking at the solution mindedness of the outcome? So that was really, I think, where we wanted to get back into action with this sprint, learning about the way in which we could partner more closely this time around with user advocacies and the data stewards throughout. We had, I believe, a better chance at getting to that state where at the end of this sprint, we were delivering WellTrend, which to us was a forecasting mechanism where you can take the ACS survey, the 5-year survey, and fill in some of the recent gaps and start to test that against real world data that privately you're collecting. So having the ability to take private data, this is something that we heard time and again from the user advocacy. How can we get that into a state where we can tie that in with public domain data and start to solve some of these problems that typically you have to bring in a team of university researchers to get at a baseline that you can then build decisions off of? Could we get that down to a state where it's a series of inputs, and then you're much further along that research process? And ultimately, we feel like this time around, we had that advocacy to get us across that finish line. So it was a wonderful sprint for us.
Thank you, Rob. And I couldn't agree more. Blending the research and the practical in live time is very, very important. Last to round us out, Devani, tell us more about your experience during the sprint.
Hi, so I joined Blue Meta Technologies straight out of college as an intern. And so the very first project I was able to do for them was a geospatial application that allowed local communities to actually like provide data for researchers. And through that project, I got a lot of insight as to what people prioritize and like what people would like to report and also have transparency on. And so this is actually my second project working with Blue Meta Technologies. And I was able to like through this project get a lot of insight as to how niche issues are usually overlooked by policymakers, especially when it comes to making these big decisions. And coming in through Blue Meta, they have a lot of focus on the well-being, like through technology, how technology can be used to give people voices. And it was a lot of passion that I had for this project, which is why I was like very into being a part of this sprint, and being able to like have this opportunity was and gaining all this insight and like seeing how data can empower people was very, very important to me, as something that like I definitely wanted to be a part of, and seeing, you know, what can change based on like the work that we do.
Thank you. And having all of that as a new grad too. Devani, I'm going to stick with you so you can talk actually about the tool a little bit more, about the tool that your team built and the intended end users. And what do you hope the impact the product would have with end users?
Right. So our product, we are calling it tentatively Speak Ease. And because when I was talking with the user advocates, a lot of the times, especially when it came to talking with the user advocates from Kent, Washington, they had a big issue with getting survey results from people who didn't speak English. And this is a national issue, where people, if you don't read English, like you might be conversational, but you know, sometimes the verbiage from these documents, these like surveys, aren't exactly legible. And if you're like completely ignoring like that data set, and not being able to acquire that data, and include those people, it's hard to get like the complete story of what's going on in your local communities. And for that reason, we decided, like during that meeting, uh came upon me that like a solution using large learning models like specifically catered to translating from one language to another doesn't explicitly need to be English to, X, Y, and Z. It can be any language to any other language, but with a focal point of being able to deliver messages like policy, for example, or just say like push notifications and surveys by allowing policymakers to directly communicate with their just the general populace is a very powerful tool. And on top of that, they wouldn't have to invest so much time in translators, especially for more niche languages that maybe in some communities they would translate it, but sometimes the verbiage is not directly correct, or like they misinterpret maybe some of the context and then the language gets lost. And so we wanted to create a way for policymakers to directly communicate with their community without having that roadblock, with instantaneous AI translations. So our audience or the user right now would be the policymakers and how they would be able to make those translations. Um, but we hope to be able to expand beyond that to perhaps academia, because obviously conversation between researchers is also important when it comes to navigating data, and being able to communicate maybe even like internationally would be very helpful. But also like in a humanitarian space where if there were humanitarian efforts in like a foreign country and they didn't have resources to like a translator, they would also be able to have that resource. So yeah, that's
Thank you. The nuance of interpersonal communication. I love it. Rob, can you tell us more about your tool as well and the intended end users and what you were hoping it translates into?
Yeah, absolutely. So our key target market is anybody who sees themselves as a stakeholder or a leader for a community level audience. And that could be anybody in an elected role, anybody who's maybe in an appointed role, maybe they're in charge of an association on a board of directors of some kind, thinking about the community level specifics. And ultimately, how could we accelerate their time to insight? So we came up with the concept of well trend, which is to think about things geospatially and temporally over time. And the ACS 5-year survey gave us such a good baseline of insights that relate back to the levels of indicator of interest for things that are common to well-being definition, things like poverty, transportation, the things that we could say, okay, we've got an opportunity here to programmatically reinstantiate data models and push the envelope a little bit with not just machine learning, but forecasting, and knowing that we can fill in the gaps pretty consistently using some other types of data sources. And so packaging this up and making it easier to use has become a little bit more of a lower bar, I guess, with tools that are more available now. And so that's what we wanted to take through this sprint is, could WellTrend become a product that could become a serverless based application and result in highly intelligent geospatial data payloads that could be used both by researchers as well as somebody who's just a common stakeholder who really understands their domain and their interest, but isn't going to learn Python and generate these what we would call data artifacts. And for us, WellTrend kind of shed light on this other opportunity, which is, okay, now we've got this insight. How do we make it actionable? And so we started thinking about how the reports are generated, the human in the loop, the human enrichment that goes into taking the data and massaging it into a narrative and ultimately telling a story about a community that's maybe going through something over a series of decades and how this ends up playing a role. And ultimately, we thought about this concept of generative AI, I think similar to what we just heard about, is could we think about this well-being analysis having a set of tools and becoming more agentic? So the idea of agentic analytics, where a well-being analyst plays the role to assist and support somebody who's maybe thinking about what else in the environment do I need to be thinking about? So grants.gov was one data source we saw as a pretty interesting data source. Could we take a well-being analysis for each grant that's listed for something a city government might be listed for, and then rate and rank every single listing as if you're looking at it as a well-being analyst. So instead of a keyword search, could we build a vectorized model of that entire grants.gov? And that's one of the things we did. So we came up with this concept of well chat, which sits on top of well trend, that you could ask it questions. So it's an interesting concept that we're very close to having something that people can play around with, but we want to think about it a little bit further about exactly what data we want to enrich, because you can think of it as like a support agent, if you will, somebody who wants to do some additional analysis. So WellTrend was the tool that we started down the path, but it ended up becoming this precursor to a generative AI research tool that ultimately can help you write grants in a very specific tone, utilizing research that you've generated. So we're very excited about this.
First, I appreciate you thinking of the end user, and I personally, me, not having to learn Python. Second, the fact that I use write grants on a daily basis, or I'm somehow managing grants, and so as a local government employee, I think I want to speak for all, but I think we'll all appreciate if you're helping us work proactively with federal grants that we're all trying to pursue. With that, Caitlin, can you tell me more about your tool with My Sidewalk?
Absolutely. Thank you, Erin. So our end users work for city departments, foundations, private companies like hospital systems and insurance. Ease of use, transparency, and flexibility are all key to both those groups and the user advocates that we spoke to through the sprint. So our goal is to put data and the tools you need to communicate about it in one place, so you can spend more time in your community instead of digging around for data, spending hours downloading things and things like that. For folks with the My Sidewalk license, we built a well-being data guide. A well-being data guide is a curated set of data from our platform, with data covering topics like housing, health, equity, economy, democracy, and more. And that uses 20 plus federal data sources that we were able to put together there. You can explore that data and much more from the My Sidewalk data library using things like maps, correlations, time series, and that's just a few ways that you can interact with it. You can also export that data to take it elsewhere for further statistical analysis and things like that. We also created a workflow dashboard, and that dashboard is available publicly, and it'll help you walk through the steps that it takes to select, visualize, interpret, and communicate about data. And along the way, you'll find some My Sidewalk tools that help you, like AI-powered Sidekick, our data assistant that helps you find data, visualize it, as well as CoWrite, which helps you interpret it. You can follow that process within My Sidewalk, where you can explore our very many data sources. I think we have more than 50 at this point, as well as upload your own data and have it interact with the data that we have in our library. Or you can apply that workflow to another tool of your choice. And lastly, we are currently working on a dashboard generator that will be placed on our website, mysidewalk.com. This generator will let you pick a location anywhere in the United States and get a dashboard filled with data for that geography in seconds. We expect that to go live in the first half of 2025, so we're really excited about that. With these tools, we hope users will engage their communities, define what well-being means to them, and find ways to measure and communicate about it so it can be incorporated into how those communities make decisions and improve the lives of the people who live there.
Thank you, Caitlin. And twofold. One, having a tool that actually works smart. I am hearing all of your tools, and I'm just like, if only I could make my community adopt this. So it's very exciting. And then second, just the aggregate piece. I think these are the things that we hope tools will do when we're working with them on a day-to-day basis. And you're all describing that it would, and it's possible. So I'm excited. With that, Brian, tell us more about Enterprise and how you're going to beam all of our end users there.
All right, let's start with the name of our product, which is social data indexing. And we do a lot of the things, Caitlin, that you just talked about. So you and I should talk about some things some more. We have a patent pending, and we have identified 6 end users, which are our medical health, community health users, public health users, research, individual users, and international users. And we started with the concept of if you take the electronic health record and you take the social health record, you can have a whole person health and well-being in the hands of those six user groups. So we are collaborating during this time with our 5 hospitals, 2 public health agencies, 2 community health agencies. Our engineering crew is comprised of all graduates of the UC Berkeley Masters in Data Science program, and they are testing the use of this system uh, at an individual level, you know. So we've created a UI, a user interface, and we're constantly refining it. We are in our beta version. During this sprint, we are building our beta. But our international connection is I've been a Rotarian for over 40 years, and we have a deep interest in extending this kind of technology through the Rotary world. Sorry about that. Let me just kill that. And so I think that the impact we find, we're humbly saying redefining healthcare as we know it today. This is a tool that can run in all of those markets, much like Caitlin, you said so very, very well. But what we're doing is we're designing the dashboard to be the starting point for all of these different uses. But again, we build the 15-layer cake. Layer number 1 is the 35 tools of the patent office. We add on that the federal clean air and clean water. In California, we add in the free data files of the state of California. Then the county, the city, the local, the personal, and we can license in. So we can drill down through the 15 layers by a zip code and get an insight into what we call, if you want to look for the rot, if there's somewhere in that 15-layer cake that there's some score that is causing the total to go down, air, water, gun violence, suicide rates, fentanyl, then you can identify it at that point. But we are not an AI tool. We are a tool that we empower human beings in all of these professions to basically take, as I've mentioned, I'm a lawyer. I've tried software failure cases in federal court. And so we always make the human being responsible, legally liable, and we try to empower. So that's our impact.
Thank you, Brian. Yeah, a true holistic look at using technology with a personal touch. That's huge.
Absolutely. Yep.
And to bring us home, Tanya, tell us more about your tool that you built with Full Frame Initiative.
Absolutely. So we have developed a community well-being asset mapping tool. And the tool itself is part of a larger kind of community-owned, community-driven process to prevent what we call well-being stripping, because what we know is that in every community, people are trying to meet their well-being needs the best ways that they can. And over time, many of our communities have had spaces and places altered where they have found, connection and belonging and purpose and meaning. And this has resulted in what we call well-being stripping. And so this is a tool to actually identify and surface community well-being assets, which we think are too often unknown, undervalued, and just not visible for those in community, and certainly for those who make decisions about community. And so this is a narrative-based mapping tool. And we always say that well-being really is about being whole, and that we all have this drive for connection, for belonging, safety, and stability, for purpose, meaning, and that there are places and spaces in every community where people actually do feel whole and healthy and resilient. And those are community well-being assets. So this is a tool that identifies those assets, but more than merely just a pin on a map, it tells the story of that asset, which we think is even more important than just saying, oh, great, people like the library in their town. How are they using that library? Why is it important to them? So it identifies those assets. It identifies what we call well-being reservoirs, which are also places that have low or no entry barriers to entry, and where people kind of across difference come to connect. In addition to well-being assets and well-being reservoirs, we also wanted to look at what are the potential harms and risks to the assets that community members are identifying. So using government data, particularly around environmental risks and hazards. So, flood zones and toxic air and lead poisoning and things like that. So that's a piece of this tool as well. And then what we also know is, yes, present day and what matters to community right now is important, but also history of communities is really important. So another piece of this tool is also having community residents identify what's already been lost in their communities in terms of assets. And so we think putting all of that together in one tool truly will help tell a fuller story of community, what matters to community, what has mattered to community, so that one, our two end users really are community residents. So they see themselves and their community perhaps in some different kinds of narratives and stories. One that really starts with what's working, right? And what's valued in this community. And ways that they can begin to advocate, be better advocates for what's meaningful and what matters to them in their community. And then for government leaders and decision makers to have this data alongside other data that they already, collect, to be able to make better and more informed decisions with community. And so that resources can actually be driven to the things that will really matter to community and to the residents. And that's what we're hoping that this tool does, and actually starting from that positive place in terms of what's working with communities.
I just everything. But what you synthesized that hit me so strongly was the contextualizing of people's stories, that it's not just I feel like a marketing tool sometimes these days, but actually the importance and the meaning in the authenticity and how genuine it is to know a person's story or a community story. So Tanya, could not have said more. I know Lansing, Michigan is just one of many cities in the US, but definitely an important piece that you touched on. I'm going to have you continue telling us, we're in the hopes and dreams moment of the future of your tool and what collaborations and partnerships that you think could take you to the next level, and all, if the world was your oyster. So take us away.
Thank you. I love being in the hopes and dreams space. So this is perfect. I think what we're really hoping is that this tool and the larger process could really start to unlock a different kind of relationship that government could have with community. I mean, we know that trust isn't always, high from government agencies and departments and services and with community residents. And if this is a process that's really driven by community, owned by community, then this is going to be data that's trusted by community. And so perhaps that this can begin to sort of shift power and actually bring about some different kinds of relationships between government leaders and community. And what we would hope is that we could have some more communities actually just testing this process out. This isn't a tool that we really envision, like, let's just take this off the shelf and do it, right? Like, this really is a larger community-driven process with community members deciding what the method of collecting the data, making sense of the data. So by the time it actually gets to that nice tool and website, it really is owned by community. So we would love, more communities and cities to be willing to sort of test this out in partnership with community. So a community government partnership. And then I think we're also looking for, a home or homes for the tool and the process that goes beyond full frame initiative. So.
Well, that was beautiful. And everything I'm hearing is a full collaboration is what you're talking about.
Absolutely.
It's a hand-in-hand partnership. Exactly.
Absolutely.
Brian, can you tell us more about the future, the hopes and dreams of your tool, where you would like to see it go in the next 10 years of its iteration?
I'm a street lawyer from Newark, New Jersey. I don't know about that hopes and dreams business, but what I will show you is this is our for-profit corporation called the Social Determinants Indexing Incorporated. And we, for 2025, we expect, in fact, our provisional patent, I expect to have approved in the next 48 hours. And then come the first of 2025, we've got these 10 customers I mentioned to you, the 5 hospitals and the governments and the research people. Were very, very deeply connected to UC Berkeley. I'm a member of the Emeriti Academy. And so we put the beta system in those places, test it, kick the tires, tweak it, generalize it, refine it, get our sales group, get our education group, our administrative group down. And then in January of 2026, we go pure commercial and pure international. And the reason for that, frankly, is we can move the technology faster by being a for-profit. So that means, and I have a lot of experience in this in my 55 years of legal career. We're the next Google. Think of it that way.
That's great. And this is why we need all personalities at the table, because it would take me 20 years where yours is going to take you like 2. So,
well, I'm sure Tony and Megan at Harvard are going to get a listen on this, and I have every intention of developing our collaboration between UC Berkeley and Harvard. I mean, it just seems like the right thing to do. It's just the right thing to do.
That's awesome. Caitlin, tell us more about My Sidewalk and where you hope your hopes and dreams for your tool will go.
Absolutely. Thank you, Erin. So while we have the Wellbeing Data Guide and the Workflow Dashboard available now, we'll be making the Wellbeing Dashboard Generator soon, working on the template currently. It's actually been a lot of fun. And we also have a few user advocates in the tool who are acting as beta testers, but we're not going to stop there. For the future of our wellbeing tools, we're looking forward to, of course, releasing that generator, but we're also working on improvements to our data upload tool. At My Sidewalk, we provide a whole lot of data, right? From federal agencies, and quite a few other organizations as well, like Feeding America Map the Meal Gap. We've got that information in there too. But one thing that it gets a little messy, right? Is when you want to start bringing in data from, Florida health charts, for example, or your state health data portal, or your local health information, or 311 calls, or things like that. The infrastructure for all of that is difficult. And so we have a data upload tool, but we know that it doesn't serve our users as well as we would like it to. So we're working on improvements to that we actually hope to release by the close of the year. And we're hoping that those improvements help users measure and communicate about well-being in their community by incorporating both, yes, the publicly available data that everybody has access to, and we put it all in one place for you, but also bringing in your own information and how those things can interact together. For example, Full Frame Initiative working on that asset mapping. Asset mapping comes up all the time for our users. So hopefully working in some places that allow folks to do that a little more easily. For folks who want to check out the tools after this, we welcome your feedback at support@mysidewalk.com. And if you can also get in touch with us there if you'd like more information about the data we have, about what we do, about the platform, we'd be happy to chat.
Imagine technology and IT realizing that the user is not autonomous from the IT. Thank you again. With that, I'll go to Rob with Cloud Raven. If you can tell us what you believe WellTrend and the WellChat, the future of those tools will be.
Yeah, absolutely. I think what we really came to the conclusion on, at least currently, this could change, but the idea here is to really pursue an open source freemium model and to really shed as much light, provide as much transparency around the research derivatives that we're providing so that they can be both confirmed or maybe even private sourced, depending on what the use case is. I think the end goal for us is to really make it easier for community stakeholders to get access to those insights that translate to the meaningful themes and priorities for well-being in their communities. So with each community having their own themes and priorities and how that shifts season to season, I think ultimately it's about being nimble and being quick. You can't bring in a university research team every 30 days to get a new sense of how you want to make a decision. So having something that's a part of your systems and processes, it really is an understanding where you're at with the data maturity and thinking about all the different stages there. So ultimately what we did with the grants.gov data is we started thinking about how we could pursue grants on our own with this. So well-being doesn't translate perfectly to health and wellness, but there's so much overlap with the NIH and what they're funding that we found several $50,000 grants where we're going to look at hiring a PI to pursue the use of WellTrend as it relates to a well-being and wellness study. So thinking about health-specific social determinants of health, Brian's talked about it. There's a lot of funding trying to get a sense for what are the things that make up overall sickness and health in our community, and can we predict that? So figuring out where we can generate data that can be of derivative use. We don't really want to determine that. We want to do what's right for the overall sense of well-being. And we know at some level there will be some funding, but we've got a couple of options there from a funding standpoint. I think a licensing model is traditionally set up for research. It's going to be very challenging to build a product around this, but I think with some funding, we could create a freemium model that everybody can come to the well and with a little bit of help can generate their own data and potentially send in their own models into tools like My Sidewalk and the Full Frame Initiative. But we've got some other things that we're experimenting with, like WellChat, that ultimately could be the basis for real true productivity, taking a lot of the listening and assessing that has to go on to the public domain and distilling it down to what your use case is in a scored and meaningful way. How do you put that into play? Well, a chat-like model where it's purpose-built around well-being analysis, there might be some opportunity there because the foundation models that LLMs provide today have so much hallucinations and aren't really as trustworthy. So thinking about where their practical use is, there's definitely some things that we're going to experiment with, but we do need some funding help with that. And we think the NIH might be a good place for that. So just one example. Yeah.
And that's a great example. I've participated in a different user experience with funding. It was a project that was funded by the National Science Foundation. So you're right on track from a user perspective. With that, I'm going to round it out with Devani. If you can tell us about, I'm going to say the Blue Meta Technologies Cloud Leap.
Yes, I'm only with Blue Meta Technologies, but we work as a team.
100%.
So for our future plans for Speakease, we envision it to be a like a monthly subscription service where you would be able to, based on like the size of your company or your enterprise, be able to translate like an X amount of documentation. And currently we're working on the technology to whenever you upload a document, to recreate the document like seamlessly with the translations. Regardless of like logos or like especially like formatting. Um, and then for future use, we want to be able to expand, as I said before, to like more and on top of being able to outreach to like surveyors and like policymakers, be able to expand towards humanitarian efforts and also academia. Being able to like change the context with which like you're communicating is very important, and being able to like set that up where that technology can like be flexible. Say, for example, you're in a country and most times when you're using translators, they're going to be translating um, to like the local vernacular instead of like high, formal conversation. And so we want to be able to have that flexibility with the technology where, say, you didn't have a translator and then you had to Google Translate like some document and like explain it to someone, and then they would still not understand exactly what you're talking about. So being able to like change the context of like the way people communicate, being able to bring people in academia together between countries and like having them be able to understand at a very high context level at like what's going on in their documentation and their research. So just being able to expand in that way and allowing the service to just uh, interconnect people at a local level, policy level, academic level, and then also at a humanitarian level. So that is our goal for Speakeasy. I think that that's like the vision for us, and that's always kind of been our goal since like the very first time we like came up with the idea, was to just be able to bring people together and give like people voices, and especially like marginalized communities. I'm from like, my parents were immigrants, and I imagine like having a resource where like they were able to see their like where to get stuff and like be able to communicate and like acquire that information is so important. So yeah, that's our goal for Speakeasy.
Thank you, Devani. Everything I heard was meeting people where they are and communities where they are. And if we can translate that into industry and business, which is what some populations also speak, then blending those two, it might make a more harmonious world. So thank you. With that, I want to thank you all so very much. I want to try all of your tools. They sound amazing. But with our short window of time, I'm going to pass it over to Thera Neiman from the top team, the Opportunity Project team, to introduce a panelist of students from the top university program that built solutions to tackle the same well-being challenge.
We were fortunate to have a brilliant group of students work on this topic in this fall's top university program. We had teams from Columbia University, Rutgers University, Suffolk University, and the University of Connecticut devise digital solutions to support local government leaders and community members develop measures of individual and family well-being. Today, Ariana, Stephen, and Ade have joined us to speak about their work, and we're delighted to have our sprint leaders, Tony Godotti and Megan Murphy from Harvard Business School, moderate this discussion. Tony and Megan, please take it away.
Thank you, Thera. I'm really excited to be here because the university teams that worked on this problem statement also did an incredible job. And so I'm really excited to bring you this panel. My name is Tony Godotti. I am a senior researcher at Harvard Business School's Institute for Business and Global Society, and I was a sprint leader on the well-being sprint this year, as well as a subject matter expert supporting the university teams. And I am joined by Megan Murphy.
Thanks so much, Tony. It's great to be here today. I'm really excited to be getting to hear from the University Sprint participants. My name is Megan Murphy. I assisted in program management and coordination of the Top Wellbeing Sprint, and I'm also coming from the Institute for Business and Global Society.
Thanks, Megan. Before we dive into exploring the awesome products that each of these teams made, it'd be great to get to know who our other panelists are. So we'll go to Stephen first.
Hi, Tony. Thank you. I'm Stephen Gudek. I am from Suffolk University. I am a third-year student studying marketing.
Thanks, Stephen. We'll go to Ade.
Hi, Tony, and hi, everyone. My name is Ade Ajayi. I'm currently a junior at Columbia University studying industrial engineering.
Thanks, Ade. And Ariana.
Hi, Tony and Megan, and thank you so much for having me here. I'm Ariana. I am a third year studying computer science with a minor in creative writing.
Great. So we'll dive right in. What did each of your teams design and why? And how does that approach that product? How does it respond to the problem statement about empowering community-led well-being measurement? We'll go the opposite direction or opposite order this time around. So Ariana, you'll be first.
Okay, so our team was really inspired by the prompt and the overall challenge that Tony and Megan presented on how a well-being measurement tool could really challenge the ideas of community health and community success. And so that, in conjunction with seeing the other presentations from the other schools, really inspired our team to kind of take a shift and focus on the neurodivergent community, as well as focusing on our sort of geographic community within Middlesex County. And so we decided to focus on this community. You know, these are individuals who are defined as having neurological conditions such as ADHD, autism, epilepsy, dyslexia, and others that really affect how they adapt and interact in their everyday social environments. And so this is a community that is represented across multiple, or if not all, demographics like age, ethnicity, race, gender, religion, etc. And yet they're reported to have the lowest quality of life among them. And so we really wanted to create a product that would focus on encouraging community leaders, specifically policymakers. These are individuals who have an opportunity and responsibility to address community concerns and really have an opportunity to kind of speak to and create opportunities for the neurodivergent community to really be informed and encouraged to kind of see the opportunity for growth there, as well as call attention to perhaps, data that may be missing when it comes to, supporting this community. And so overall, we kind of did this through interviewing user advocates that Top was able to connect us with. We also interviewed community leaders within Rutgers as well. We were able to talk to the director of the Rutgers Center of Adult Autism Services. We were able to review lots of literature, well-being frameworks, and really that kind of really helped us to design an intuitive and well-informed tool that was really driven towards, encouraging community leaders to be more informed about the neurodivergent community as a whole.
Awesome. Thank you. And thank you to the whole Rutgers team. Ariana is one of many awesome folks. We'll go to Ade next.
Yeah, thank you, Tony. So my team at Columbia made up of me, Daphne Safarti, who's also a junior, Isor Pilot, who's a master's student, a team member named Patrick, who's a senior, and also our faculty advisor, Dr. Yaren Kaya. We really interpreted the problem statement as being a question of data access and data integration. So we really focus on figuring out how to address the challenge of lots of public, federal, open data that isn't really being able to be integrated at the local level, to help policymakers make better decision on how to improve the well-being of their community in the way that their community understands well-being. So inspired by this problem statement, we decided to create an interactive dashboard that highlights the well-being of different census tracts in the Bronx based off different domains of well-being that we formulated. And each domain is backed by different federal data sets that we were able to find. So the reason why we decided to do this approach is because a dashboard can really uh, be a proof of concept that there is a way to integrate this federal data in a way that can help decision makers. And dashboards are already a very familiar way that decision makers make their decisions every day. Um, and it's also important to note that uh, with this data-driven mindset in mind, we also developed machine learning approach to have a data-driven choice of indicators for well-being rather than simply expert opinion, because a data-driven approach can give a lot of new insights into ways that experts might not have traditionally have thought. So ultimately, we hope that this dashboard tool can really be expanded upon in the future, and being able to be tuned to specific communities across the country. And also, we hope to expand to include even more federal data. So that's uh, that's the project we decided to work on. Thank you.
That's awesome. Stephen, tell us what you and the folks at Suffolk did.
Hey, Tony. Yeah, so we took this approach and focused more on minority small businesses here in Boston. We've seen around the city that a lot of businesses are having difficulties finding resources, getting funding, navigating how to start up their businesses. So we developed a website where people go as kind of like a one-stop shop to find resources for local legislation, what Census Bureau data would be useful to them, and how to incorporate it into their business. One of the ways we did this was through an AI chatbot that allowed them to ask and have answers to their questions, whether that be about businesses in the area, how much they should be expecting from government funding, or what type of like hourly rate they'd be looking for to hire, let's say, an accountant or a marketer to help them move their business forward. And yeah, so that's basically what we took from the statement.
Awesome. Thank you all. It's so great to hear about all the different populations that your teams have touched by participating in this sprint. So Ade, you alluded to this speaking about federal open data sources and the wealth of information that's out there. So I'd love to ask each of you whether there was anything that surprised you about diving into the well-being data that was available in the sprint. So maybe this time I will start with you, Ade.
Yeah. So throughout the project, we really focused on two data sets, the American Community Survey, that's collected by the Census Bureau, and also a data set called Places collected by the CDC. Generally, we noticed that in some areas, in some domains, the data provided by the federal government is very, very detailed and very, very robust, but in other areas is very very sparse, especially in things that are more subjective to personal well-being and more qualitative rather than like structured, organized data. So we really think that that's an opportunity to really expand upon federal open data. And the second biggest thing we noticed was a lot of the data was it was aggregated in ways that made some very interesting insights. So different aggregations by race, by gender, by income, which was very useful for our project. But on the other hand, a lot of the aggregation was done in a way where it kind of made some of the other areas kind of hidden. So because the data was aggregated in one way, you kind of lost some insight about how that data might be appearing in some other demographic. So overall, I think that the federal data is very good. I was very surprised at how much there is, and it was very useful. But of course, there's always room for improvement.
Awesome. Yeah, those are super interesting insights. And Ariana, is there anything that sort of surprised you as you were diving into the data?
Yeah, great question. Honestly, I'm kind of going to echo what Ade was saying. We as a team were also kind of surprised at how robust the tools or the federal data sets, I should say, that we were looking at. We also were really kind of excited to see how the American Community Survey and other federal data sets, like the U.S. Labor and Bureau of Labor and Statistics. We also looked at the NJ Department of Health, other sort of local indicators of health within Middlesex County as well. We noticed some trends around how all of these data sets were really, really good at identifying Middlesex County. We had no really issues there. But our kind of focus target end group was the neurodivergent community, of course. And so a lot of our focus was trying to find data that would speak to and kind of really give us this informed picture of their well-being, be able to kind of incorporate that with our tool. But we noticed the federal data sets that we were looking at, as well as some other local indicators, really focused on kind of categorizing neurodivergence as forms of disability, notably cognitive, developmental, or a learning disability. And so some neurological conditions like autism kind of fall under all three of those forms of disability. And so that kind of provided a little bit of a challenge, but also really helped to kind of motivate us to see this as a product that could call awareness and attention to that, and really motivate ourselves to really be informed on the definitions that we're also using, and the indexes we include in our product as well.
Thanks. Yeah, that's such a cool learning. And Stephen, what about you?
Yeah, so we utilized about 5 different census data sets. Primarily, though, we pulled from Census Business Builder data, Business Formation Series, and Occupational Employment and Wage Statistics. These data sets were very robust and required a lot of filtering and figuring out how to use initially. Once doing that, it was very easy to understand the data and how we could implement that into our tool. We also utilize a lot of local government tools for here in Boston, from boston.gov and from the mayor's office as well, to kind of get a sense for how small businesses are doing here in Boston. Those were also very easy to use. However, it it was still kind of limited. Being a state-run department, it's not as robust as Census, of course. So.
Yeah, totally fair. That's definitely something that we've seen come up in the sprints is just lack of, capacity to build out the local data sets, or, update them. So it's definitely something we've seen. So it's, very interesting that you picked up on that as well. So shifting to another question, another topic, how did working on this particular topic shape the way that you think about challenges that may be facing your own community, locally or more broadly? And feel free to reflect on the ways in which the sprint topic and its outcomes relate to you personally. So maybe Stephen, we'll start with you this time.
Awesome. Yeah, so I think focusing on minority businesses, we got to see a lot of inequalities in the system. I know one of the interviews I did with the business owner here said that she had a lot of difficulties getting funding. She believed it was based on her race, being a Latina. And so that definitely opened my eyes to a lot of like how the businesses operate here and are starting here in Boston. And that also made me think about all the different types of problems that we're having in the city, such as poverty, the trash problem, infrastructure, homelessness, and even business building vacancies, uh, mostly because the taxes are too high on that real estate. So businesses are leaving Boston. So I think this statement has made me think about how can we approach these problems and start creating solutions to those problems.
Thank you. Thanks so much for sharing. Ariana, what about you?
Yeah, so I think we as a team kind of realized how much history and kind of the initial frameworks of how we categorize certain communities or groups of people really is translated and reflected in data. I kind of said this earlier, but we kind of saw that with the challenges within looking in the federal data sets and how that was more so focused on categorizing forms of neurodivergence as disability. But I also think this was a great sort of opportunity for us as a team to also do a bit of a history lesson and kind of find out how relatively new the idea of neurodivergence and even the term neurodiversity was coined, and how that was that's still, since it's such a relatively recent tool, there's going to be a bit of a delay and how the data data is kind of like seeing that and reflected in that. And so it was really kind of a great opportunity for us as a team to kind of go through that experience together, and really kind of educate ourselves on what neurodivergence is, where this term comes from, and how it can really be a powerful idea that can be reflected within our tool.
Very cool. Yeah, definitely something that it's great for the sprint to be able to teach to everybody. So thanks for sharing that. And Ade, what about you?
Yeah, a good question. So as I mentioned earlier, the project was focused on comparing census tracts in the Bronx. And as Stefan talked about earlier, when you're looking at the numbers and looking at the data, you just like are baffled by the amount of inequality that exists, especially in New York or even just in the Bronx, how um, a few census tracts just a few blocks away from each other have wildly different outcomes in education, outcomes in health, outcomes in like political status or citizenship. Um, and then it really puts into this perspective the inequality being one of the cornerstone problems in the community. And over the course of the data we looked at, we just saw how correlated certain aspects of communities are, especially different aspects you wouldn't um, like at first think are very tightly correlated with each other. So, um, having educated parents and educated children, having um, like speaking English well and having a degree, things like this, and how correlated they are in the community. So, um, it kind of puts into perspective that none of these issues can really be isolated from each other, and they're all tangled in a very tight web um, that needs to be uplifted together. So, yeah, overall, I think that it was a very insightful way to reflect on the community that I live in currently. So, yeah.
And Ade, we're gonna stay with you. What was your favorite part of the sprint process?
Yeah. Yeah, I study industrial engineering, so I'm a little bit of a math and science nerd. So for me, working on like the machine learning part was probably the most interesting. Coming into it, I wasn't like super familiar with machine learning, but having to work on this project and having to read different papers and explanations for how things work, um, was really able to teach me a lot of things and um, really gave me insight into how powerful a tool some of the methods we're using and even some possible applications, more in sociology or outside of sociology, or just working for well-being and social good. So, yeah, definitely the math and science and computer science part of it was my favorite.
And Stephen, what was your favorite part?
I would have to say that the interviews are my favorite part of this sprint, mostly because I'm a people person. I love getting my feet on the ground and like for us, we walked into small businesses just out of the blue, just asking for managers or employees or owners just to get like their perspectives on how it was to start their business, what were their difficulties. And being a marketing major, we're always looking for ways that we can market to new audiences and analyze our target market. So this is a great, not just for the sprint, but also for my educational purposes and being able to just get a sense for how people are doing in Boston.
I think it's great that you highlight that. It's such a key part of the opportunity project is human-centered design and engaging with other people. So that was awesome. Thanks for highlighting that. And Ariana, for you, what was your favorite part?
Oh my gosh, my favorite part was just the MVP demos. I really loved seeing how much our team was able to kind of come together, create a product, but it was also great to kind of see the other teams and what they were able to create. And I'm really just proud of what our team was able to create, but I'm also in awe of the other teams as well, that we were all able to really kind of consider. We came up with such great, but yet different ideas for approaching this challenge. And it really shows how dedicated, creative each of our teams were. And it's really awesome to see how much we were able to do in such a limited period of time. And so, yeah, yeah, I guess I'm really, really happy about, how it all turned out. I know that's kind of like, that's like the end of the sprint. But I think it really shows how much we were able to really put something together and kind of work together throughout this entire sort of process.
And that there was community, right, between the teams. It wasn't just each university on the house. So, well, with that, we want to extend our gratitude and really our celebration of the work that all of the universities that participated. Uh, way to go and way to really lead from the next generation to show the rest of us how we can help empower community-led well-being measurement. This will wrap up this panel, but there's more great stuff during the top showcase to come. So I'm going to hand it back to Thera.
Thank you all so much for this thoughtful discussion. The future truly feels brighter with all of you panelists in it, and we're really grateful that you participated in this fall sprint. With that, I will now pass the mic back to Dominika to introduce our next sprint topic.
Hi, everyone. My name is Dominika, and I am the head of human-centered innovation and advisor for Indigenous peoples and environment for Census Open Innovation Labs. We have now concluded the portion of today's showcase focused on nationwide challenges. And next, we will turn to this year's top sprints, concentrated specifically on challenges facing Indigenous communities. Let me share some background on how these sprints started. Last year, in partnership with the Economic Development Administration, or EDA, we launched our first top sprint focused specifically on Indigenous communities, around a challenge to improve access to capital. The sprint participants were so committed to collaboration and energized by the initial results of last year's sprints that we collectively decided to launch a larger effort with a whole set of sprints dedicated to solutions by and for Indigenous communities. In 2024, we started this work with retrospective interviews on lessons learned and conversations that shaped the problem statements and participants. Many critical leaders who work across government and Indian countries stepped forward to lead this work. Earlier this year, our collaborators identified challenges facing American Indian, Alaska Native, and Native Hawaiian communities across the nation. The two challenges that the teams worked on, Native homeownership and housing stability, and stronger pathways to access grants and funding, felt especially critical to those involved because of the foundational aspects that these topics play in economic empowerment and community resilience and well-being. The speakers and results that you'll hear about over the next segments of today's showcase reflected the work over the past year, truly led by American Indian, Alaska Native, and Native Hawaiian communities. The speakers and the results that you'll hear about over the next segments of today's showcase reflect the work over the past year, truly led by and for American Indian, Alaska Native, and Native Hawaiian communities. This has been an incredibly meaningful effort by all of our collaborators and participants that showed up so wholeheartedly to see both of these sprints through. We are so inspired and touched by the hard work from all of this year's collaborators. Indigenous communities focus sprints have now become a continuing focus area for TOP. Indigenous communities focus sprints have now become a continuing focus area for TOP. Now let's dive more into what came about of this year's sprints. To introduce the first sprint, which focused on building stronger pathways to grants and funding for Indigenous communities, I am pleased to turn it over to three amazing colleagues, Sandra Mitrovic, Jim Tucker, and Rio Fernandez.
Thank you, Dominika. Very excited to be with you all today. I'm Sandra Mitrovic. I serve both as a consultant with civic engagement with the Native American Rights Fund, but in this capacity working with the Native Coalition on this top sprint project. Very excited to work with all the user advocates and the tech teams on such an important piece of work that we all collectively came together and worked on across our communities with our partner organizations. And I know that many of us as part of our sprint lead team here today are very pleasantly, I think, excited about what has come out of this top sprint project. So I'll stop there and pass it over to my colleague.
Hi, my name is Jim Tucker. I'm with the Natives Count Coalition. I'm the immediate past chair of the Census National Advisory Committee, and I just want to thank everyone for joining us. And I also want to extend a special thanks to Nicole Borromeo and the Alaska Federation of Natives for being our executive sponsor of this sprint. And of course, all of the users and the techies who helped make all of this possible. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Rio.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us. My name is Rio Fernandez. I'm the Director of Civic Engagement with the National Urban Indian Family Coalition. We advocate on behalf of urban Native communities, and I was so honored and thrilled to be a part of this project with Sandra and Jim and be able to talk about the importance of the stuff that we're doing and being able to make sure to include the urban Native perspective in this project. And it's been such a treat and a joy to work with everyone, and we're just really excited to be here and share with you everything that we've gotten done.
Well, one of the things I know that we're all excited to talk about today, or at least briefly as we wrap up this sprint, is really thinking through why did we even begin this project to begin with, and why is an organization like Native American Rights Fund and UISC and all of our partners around the country, why was this so important to them? And I think the Native Counts Coalition, what I'm excited about working with Jim and Rio and others, is that we have focused in on how federal data sets really play a role in our communities. How do our organizations utilize that data, that important information about our communities in a way that helps shore up resources, allocate resources? Many of us wear so many different hats. I myself am also a tribal grant administrator, and so when I'm thinking about how I'm writing grants or I'm working with resources, especially those as simple as LIHEAP, so energy assistance for our communities that utilize ACS data. For those that are looking at how they're looking at population certification, what does that look like in communities? Many of our communities are using so many different data sets, and quite frankly, as many of us know on this call, and those that are watching know, that the capacity of our teams within many of our communities is very small. And so when we're having to research various different data sets, it's hard maybe to pull some of that information. We really wanted to think through how do we make this easier? How do we ensure that our communities are able to access and utilize funds through, and if they have to filter through some of these different dashboards, what does that look like? So I'm really appreciative of folks like Jim Tucker and others that have served in this capacity with the Census Bureau. Myself working on a decennial with the National Congress of American Indians with their Get Out the Count team. I got to meet Rio and work with his team and others. You really start to gain a better sense of where we are with our population counts, undercounts in our communities, and how our communities actually are either engaging or not engaging with data. So that for me was something very important to think through, and teaming up with Top Sprint team. I'm just excited to see that there are so many different uses of federal data sets, organizations and groups that are working through those. They're building tools. I think the other thing that I got out of this experience that I was very excited about is that there are so many tools out there. There are toolkits. CDFIs, for example, right, are financial institutions that are using these, building these dashboards as well. Now we just need to make sure that those toolkits don't sit on a shelf, that we actually actively engage in them, and that we're helping all of our communities really use the tools as they're intended. So that's, yeah, I'll pass it on to one of my colleagues to give their perspective.
So I guess I'll just add that all of us work together on the decennial census with Get Out the Count. And I think one of the things that struck us as we were doing it is we found that we had to do a lot of education to people about why it was the decennial census mattered. And I think the other thing that's come out of this, and certainly has come out of the work that we've done on this, is the fact that a lot of folks don't realize how many other census surveys are used every day for tribes. The American Community Survey plays a key role. You know, we obviously saw even something, a more experimental survey like the Pulse survey, how important that was during COVID because it was identifying, particular tribes in terms of what their vaccination rates were, barriers to vaccinations, work from home issues, all of that. And then, then of course, just other surveys that we don't always necessarily associate with the Census Bureau, that they work in partnership with other federal agencies like the Department of Agriculture, how important the agriculture survey is to much of Indian country. And I think the other part of this was that as we were working on the post-decennial data sets, when we were working with the Census Bureau, working through them with all of the crossroads, identifying the tens of thousands of different iterations of this, like how many tables there are. And I think one of the things that struck me is it's overwhelming for people who work with the data every day. And one can only imagine like how that makes the average data user feel, like someone who doesn't do this for a living. And A lot of the feedback we got was that my tribal area was great for getting very basic demographic information about tribal areas, reservation areas, but it didn't really touch at all on urban natives, and it didn't really touch on all of those other data sets that really impact tribes on a daily basis. And so what we really hoped to do with this was simply to make the data more accessible. And the other thing we're really excited about is that we don't really view this as the end of the project. This is just not I don't want to say it's the beginning, but it's a continuation. We view this as that we're going to continue to be working together to improve and continue to make the data more accessible to all the data users out in Indian country and for urban natives. And with that, it's a logical transition to our friend and colleague who works with urban natives, Rio.
Yeah, thank you so much. And in regards to that, I think I've lost count of how many conversations I've had. The NUIC works specifically with community-based organizations in urban areas that are serving the Native American population there. And I've, like I said, lost count of how many conversations I've had with executive directors, staff, grant writers there about, we talk with people about our community and they have no idea that, there's an urban Native population there, how long we've been here, the size, the power, how organized we can be. And all of it really comes back down to the lack of data, the lack of accessibility around that. And so, the reason we wanted to join, the reason we wanted to be a part of this was because we know how impactful being able to find that data, being able to show people what the data means, being able to have it be actionable is really something that we can use to build this movement that we're doing, this work that we're doing, continue to grow and allow it to continue to thrive going forward. So, the goals that we had coming into this were all about, how do we make this stuff more accessible? How do we make this something that can be actionable for everyone? And it's been just such a joy to see the Sprint project kind of grow and really fulfill those obligations and those goals. So, I know we're just really excited to see where it's come and how far it's already gone, and are really looking forward to the future.
We wouldn't have been able to do any of this, I think all of us would agree, without so many amazing people coming together. And there's something about, I don't think that there's any surprise in Indian country for all of us coming together in our times of need, but I really have to appreciate the leadership, first and foremost, of both of my colleagues, Jim and Rio, and how in the Native Council Coalition, I think we've really built an amazing network of folks. And so with this top sprint, we put out the call for user advocates. I feel like we had a pretty healthy list to pull from. And so I know for myself, I really just want to show a lot of acknowledgement and thanks to, I think both our Sprint leaders, as Jim mentioned earlier, our sponsor organization, and with Nicole Borromeo and our Alaska team. That oftentimes, Alaska, I think a lot of folks don't realize, right, when we think about kicking off the census, right, we think of Alaska. But we have amazing partners all across the country, and they were great in being able to both, I think, give us really useful feedback and our tech teams useful feedback. And one of the things I want to acknowledge them for is that they spent a lot of time, I think, really being thoughtful over the course of these last few months, thinking about how they themselves use data, how they're planning to use it futuristically. I also want to talk about, and Jim talked about this not being the end of this project, but just a continuation, is how we're also archiving in these data sets and how we're using them to make sure, I think, that we're also shoring up. We're not just using data one time or a data point in time. We're using it to build a story, and we're comparing, and we're bridging, and we're doing all of those things. And our user advocates were very thoughtful with that. So I want to give them show them a lot of appreciation. I don't think we can list them all on this in this moment, but I know that they will be acknowledged overall for the project. But definitely just want to acknowledge that they took the time to really be thoughtful about how they use it regionally, also on the grassroots level in their own communities, and then also how they partner with others. So just a lot of appreciation for our user advocates and tech teams.
And I just want to add one final shout out to the Native Hawaiian population and community as well, because there are a lot of commonalities between the data barriers that Native Hawaiians face, that we also see with Indian country and with urban natives. And they played a key role as partners in this, and we really appreciate their participation as well.
Thank you so much, Sandra, Rio, and Jim, for your introduction to these topics. Next, 3 tech teams, Changemakers Hawaii, MUDev Consulting, and Health Dashboards Initiative, and 22 user advocates joined our cohort to tackle this challenge, resulting in products that they believe can change the outlook for tribal leaders and stakeholders, Native Hawaiian stakeholders, researchers, and all others navigating the grant application landscape. I'm pleased to welcome these tech teams to hear about why they decided to get engaged in the sprint, as well as the amazing products that they built. I am very happy and thrilled to be joined by 2 wonderful organizations who acted as tech teams for the top Native grants and funding sprint today. Before I get into the discussion on what tools were built, I'd like to acknowledge the MUDev consultancy team that was part of this sprint but could not join the panel today. They created a tool called the Indigenous Data Review Project, which aimed to bring together relevant data sets from federal, state, academic, and other sources into an organized, searchable list in conjunction with offering users the ability to explore, comment, and discuss real-world experiences utilizing the data resources. We hope you all check their resource out on the top website. So to dive right into this, I'd love to turn it over to our teams to introduce themselves. So I will first hand it over to the Changemakers Hawaii team.
All righty. Aloha. My name is Olani, and I am with Changemakers. I'm also joined by my team member, Jenny Boyette.
Aloha.
We are a nonprofit organization located in Hawaii, primarily on the Big Island of Hawaii, and we are just very excited to be here. So thank you for having us.
Thank you all so much. So the first question we're going to have for you all is, what made you interested in this sprint, especially around the topic of building stronger pathways to grants and funding for Indigenous communities? I'll go around now and start with Isabel and Hannah for your response.
Thanks so much for that question. Our team had actually participated in a top sprint before, and so we had heard great things and were excited to participate in this round with a different prompt. So our tools are the City Health Dashboard and the Congressional District Health Dashboard, and we aim to make health and health-related data available to folks at the community level so that they can make change in their own communities. So our audiences really include everyone from community members, advocates, journalists, policymakers, elected officials. We want anyone who wants this type of data to have access to it. And with our goal of improving equity and health equity in particular, we were really excited to participate in this sprint to hear from Native communities and representatives from Native communities so that we could think about ways to make our tool more accessible and user-friendly for these groups. And we are certainly aware that a lot of folks use our tool to help them write grants. And so this was really just a win-win for us to be able to participate. And we've been really honored to be a part of the process.
Thank you. Thank you. I'll turn it over to the Changemaker Hawaii team for your response.
Awesome. Again, thank you for having us. Changemakers has been really focused around economic equity and engaging our communities in identifying their needs and then looking at ways in which we can both lift up their strengths in order to fill the needs that are identified by the community. And so one of the things over my many years of working in the Native Hawaiian community that I have seen is the amazing solutions that come from community, and in particular Native communities. And people they want to address the needs of their community and they want to implement their solutions. The challenge is all the administrative stuff behind that allows them to meet those needs. And so one of the big pieces of work that we see lacking, and I've seen this again over my 30 years of working in Native community, is the skill around both identifying and accessing funding for their programs to support them to be able to meet the needs of their communities. And so when I saw this opportunity to this top sprint come out, we are very much playing in this realm. And I thought, what a fabulous opportunity to really understand the resources that are available as it relates to data held by the Census Bureau. Also to actively engage our communities and again, clarifying for us the needs as it relates to fundraising for their solutions. And then to sort of see if we could marry the two in order to bring more resources and to fill those gaps within our Native Hawaiian community. And so when I saw it, I was like, oh my God, I want to do it. We actually applied for one. I'm glad we didn't get it because I didn't understand the process. I understand it now. And also I think I'm glad we didn't get it because this allowed us to be introduced to other people doing similar kinds of work. And so that's why we got into it. I think we wanted to use the process to develop a solution. And it's turned out to be a fabulous process for us. And we hope that we are on the path of developing a tool that will be meaningful and make impact within our Native Hawaiian community as it relates to fundraising.
Awesome. Thank you so much. I think what was really exciting about being a part of this sprint is the fact that you all come from such different walks of life and expertise area, but as we'll see very shortly on what tools that you all ended up creating with the help of our cohort, it's so drastically needed and also different, which shows just the different ways that we can tackle and approach this problem that, that we're all collectively facing. So thank you for that. So the next thing is actually what we all been waiting for is if you can actually describe your tool. So in this segment, if you can talk more about what you actually ended up building, who was your intended end user for the tool that you had, and then what your hope is on how this will be able to reach Indigenous communities in a positive way. So I'll turn it over to Hannah and Isabel, if you all want to do this segment first, and just feel free to go in as much detail as you'd like, especially for our audience out there.
Thank you so much. So as Hannah mentioned, our team runs the City Health Dashboard, which provides data on health outcomes and the factors that shape health for over 1,000 cities. And our goal is to provide easy access to the data that can guide local policy and interventions to reduce health disparities and improve health overall. So in the top sprint process, it was really helpful to hear directly from Indigenous user advocates. And we particularly heard a lot of themes about sort of the inaccessibility of grant applications, the need for greater awareness of Indigenous community challenges among policymakers and non-Indigenous leaders, and just issues with getting access to accurate data. So in response to those needs and thinking about what we had the capacity to do on our websites, we are making several improvements to the City Health Dashboard website to make it easier for users to find data for cities with substantial Indigenous populations. And these improvements are still in development, and they will be fully implemented on the live website next spring. So our upcoming tool improvements facilitate data access in a few different ways. One thing that we're doing is we are adding a tag to cities with high Indigenous populations that is clearly visible on the main page of each city. So we have a section for each city that provides basic information, population, region, city website, and then we have a space for a city tag that provides additional information about the city. So a new tag that we are going to be adding is one that identifies cities that have a substantial Indigenous population. Another feature that we're adding is a way to filter for comparison cities that have a similar proportion of Indigenous residents. So on our site, we have the ability to choose comparison cities. So you can look at a metric and you can compare. So for example, you can compare children in poverty across a number of different cities. And one way that you can find comparison cities is by filtering for cities with like similar region or similar population. And one thing that we're going to add is the ability to filter to find cities that have a similar proportion of Indigenous residents, so that you can see a picture across numerous cities that share this characteristic. And then a third addition is we're going to be adding new cities to the website where there is a substantial proportion of Indigenous residents. And this is mostly small population cities that were below our initial population threshold for inclusion on the website. And so if we're still exploring a criteria for how to add cities that may include sort of qualitative information beyond just a population or a proportion cutoff. So that's still in progress. But just as an example, if we were to add cities with greater than 50% of Indigenous residents, we would add about 190 new cities and towns to the website that would then have access to all of the measures of health and the factors that shape health that are currently on our website. And we do additionally have existing cities on our website that have large numbers of Indigenous residents. So for example, like New York City has a lot of Indigenous residents living there. It's a low proportion, but it is over 25,000 population. And so that's an example of one of the cities that could potentially get a new tag that has more information about Indigenous residents in that city. So our intended users are both Indigenous community leaders and users of our site who are not Indigenous. We hope that these improvements will provide more data access for smaller towns and cities where many Indigenous people live, make it easier for community leaders and policymakers to identify which cities have large Indigenous communities in order to advocate for more resources and support, and also increase awareness of Indigenous communities in both large and small cities among the general users of our site. We have a lot of people that use the site currently, and we think it would be really great if people, when they're using the site, can learn more about which cities have substantial Indigenous communities to increase visibility. So yeah, overall, we hope that this will help communities access more data on health outcomes and social determinants of health. It could be used for grant applications, as Hannah mentioned, to secure more resources and support, and will help sort of increase general awareness about where do Indigenous communities live. We heard a lot about how there's different needs in urban and rural settings, and we hope that these improvements will help increase that awareness.
That is very, very exciting. We are very eager for this tool to be deployed and to keep in touch with you all on those updates so we can start using these tools. I'll now turn it over to Changemakers Hawaii team if you'd like to go over your tool. So describing your tool, who are your intended users, and how you hope this will positively affect the Indigenous communities.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you for the question. So we've developed this tool out of work that we've been doing kind of adjacent to this space. The tool basically is a series of courses and a talent brokerage that centers around fund development. So the name of our program is called Philanthropono, and it's centered around indigenizing philanthropy. And when you take a look at the logo, you'll see a net. And the reason why we chose a net is we wanted to make sure that we were rooted in our ancestral practices. And so in Native Hawaiian culture, there's a spiritual connection to the ocean because it provided sustenance and it also provided protection. But the significance of the net is more of the social connection and part of our cultural identity. So the courses that we developed were a series of 4 courses for funded development, folks that are interested in fund development and grant making or grant writing. And there are 4 courses that are named after different types of nets within the Native Hawaiian community. And there's a beginner, which is called Ka'i'i, which is a smaller mesh net, which is, you get kind of the beginners, right? The little shrimp or the smaller fish that are just kind of coming into the space. Then the second is the intermediate level of the course, and that's called Ka'ihi, which is a fine mesh net, and that's for smaller fish. Kiholo is advanced, and that's a larger net. And to give you kind of perspective of size, it's almost 20 fathoms long. It's very large. And the next is called Kahala, and that's a professional course, and that's aimed at more of a professional development side of the of fund development and grant writing. So the larger net is made of strong cord for sharks, basically. And so we've been trying to be very mindful in how we name our courses, as well as what they symbolize and represent to us. These courses are online, and that's part of the tool. And the goal is basically to meet an individual where they're at in terms of their journey in fund development and grant writing. Another piece to this, out of the courses, is a talent brokerage, and that is kind of the next level area of it, where we connect Native Hawaiian and philanthropic organizations with top talent in grant writing and fund development. And so that would be those who would graduate out of our courses, regardless of, where they're at. So we can make sure that we provide that type of assistance to Native organizations, because during the sprint, we've realized the largest amount of feedback that we received is that there wasn't a lot of, I guess, support around individuals who specialized in grant writing and fund development. And a lot of Native organizations don't necessarily have the funding to have someone on staff all the time. And so that's kind of where the talent brokerage will hopefully meet the need of that. Another thing that we have coming up in the future for us with that kind of fits into the tool is an accreditation. There's a large barrier to entry with fund development currently with the CFRE program, and we had heard a lot of feedback regarding that in individuals who have already participated in our Philanthropono program and certification program. So we wanted to be able to, again, meet that need. So we are looking into accreditation for those courses, and we're kind of on track and laying that out. In terms of the tool, intended users, there would be Native Hawaiian individuals who are interested in serving their community through fund development and grant writing and supporting Native organizations in the community. Also, intended users would be those community organizations.
Wonderful. And Jenny, real quick, I think you touched a little bit, but can you also just talk a little bit more about how you can see this positively affecting Indigenous communities after all the user research you've done and the tool you created? How do you see this, the impact for this?
A huge impact will be, just not only increasing the amount of Native Hawaiians that are within the fund development space, because right now, looking at data that I believe Oleni had pulled from the Census Bureau, is that there is such a very, very small pool of Native talent. And so we want to, the goal is to, I think we were tossing even around the idea of, having that army of Native Hawaiian philanthropists who, not only through, fund development skills and grant writing, being able to build that network of individuals who are able to provide skills and expertise to Native organizations who are already doing amazing work within our community, and just to be able to provide that extra support.
That is beautiful. Thank you for sharing that. So our last question for all the panelists today is what's next for your tool, and how can the audience watching get involved or begin leveraging this tool? Any kind of information you'd like to share? I'll hand it back over to Hannah and Isabel for this.
Thanks so much for that question. I think Isabel was already hinting at some of the things we're still trying to figure out as we think about how to add cities and add some other features for folks to be able to look up or identify or learn about places where Indigenous populations live. So we have really more research and development between now and March of this year. And we'd love to keep talking to the user advocates and folks from the census who we've met through the sprint. We hope to really engage folks in a way that makes it as easy as possible for them to give us feedback and to provide any guidance or insight from their experiences. I think we're pretty set on moving forward with this, but it's going to take some time, certainly, to do a little bit more research and development, and then late spring, we'll be working with our web developer and data team, that's Isabel and company, to make sure that what we're going to add is also going to work. So we're looking for deployment in mid-2025. And then I think, in terms of folks who are hearing this and want to get involved, we have really from the homepage of our website a link to, contact us with feedback, suggestions, that kind of thing. And we'd be happy to hear from anyone who's interested in this, who wants to provide feedback in the process. And then, later on, things come back to me, which is once we add all this stuff, how do we let people know about it? We want, beyond the room that we're in right now, we want more folks to know that this resource exists. So, then we'll start doing that type of outreach and engagement. And we're excited to be doing this. I think long term, of course, once you start adding stuff like this, you come up with more ideas. You hear other things from people, you learn you want to make some tweaks, add other features and that sort of thing. So I think this is really the start of some great work for our team. We're really excited.
That's wonderful to hear. Changemaker Hawaii, I will pass it over to you.
Yeah, well, I think this sprint has been very beneficial for us. Moving forward, we have been able to secure additional funding to help us to really build out this tool, this solution. And so we're in the midst right now of developing curriculum for those levels. And people may say like, oh, like there's a lot of grant writing workshops out there. There's a lot of stuff around fund development, certification. What we're trying to do is really integrate ancestral practices into ours. And so it's really something made for first Native Hawaiian, but in the future, we'd like to open it up to engage other Indigenous people in this process. Because what we think we'll be able to do is to dispel a lot of the myths that Native communities have regarding fundraising. And one of the big myths is that they don't know how to do it. And that somebody else knows how to do that. And so we want to show them that they have this practice within themselves as an Indigenous person, and it can be actuated in today's society, and they can be successful at that. And so we're very busy in engaging our community and developing the curriculum. We already have sort of the frame for and the process for our talent brokerage. That will come along as we find highly skilled and very professional fundraisers that we want to not only provide to our Native Hawaiian nonprofits, but also hopefully get some philanthropic eyes, because what we want to do in indigenizing philanthropy and that whole like army of Native fundraisers is to get into philanthropic organizations to provide that insight into those large organizations giving money and to open the doors for more Native people to be able to access that and to show a different way of communicating the same information that these funders want, but through indigenous practices. And so that's our long range plan. And of course, like Jenny said, to become accredited so that you can have this thing on your resume to show your excellence. And so those are all pieces, but right now we're in the midst of curriculum and development, and very excited, again, because of this opportunity that we were able to secure a funder to support us in moving forward.
And I believe our beginner course, Olani, starts in January.
Yes.
2025.
Yeah. Yeah, thanks for that, Jen.
Anytime.
Wow, that is so incredible. Congratulations also on securing funding, and congratulations to the Health Dashboards Initiative team for all the amazing next steps. You all are very, very well prepared and well oriented for making this so successful. We'll be here with you every step of the way. We really look forward to continuing working with you all. So I just want to say thank you all so much to everyone here, but also to the MUDev consultancy team for being our tech teams in this sprint. We couldn't have done it without you, and we couldn't have done it with every community organization that also participated in the sprint as user advocates to dedicate their time, expertise, and wisdom to make sure that all of these tools are grounded in community insights. So thank you all again. Now we will turn to our sprint leaders who are also representing community organizations and communities themselves, who will now have a more in-depth conversation about the sprint, the tools created, and what they hope for the work moving forward. So thank you all so much for your time. I'm here with our wonderful sprint leaders, Sandra, Jim, and Rio, for a discussion around the table. Hi, everyone. How you all doing? Awesome. Thank you all so much for all your hard work leading this sprint. Would love to learn more about how you all think it went and the solutions that were created. So we can just dive right in. So the first question I want to ask you all is, can you share more about what you see as the core needs and challenges for this problem statement?
I'll jump in first. And, one of the things, and I'm really glad we did this sprint, is because it did really address for us, and especially myself that works with data pretty regularly, is it addressed the core need of just access and understanding how to access. And I really think as we get into the tech teams, I know we're going to talk about them a little bit more, about just first and foremost education around data and how they can actually use data sets to benefit their work, their communities. And so I really think that was one of the first and foremost things about a core need that we heard is, and I know again, throughout this whole process, we have people say data tells a story. It can tell a very unique and important story. And I think our overarching goal was to really help strengthen that part of it for all of our user advocates, but also those in community that really want to dive into this space. And I think we'll hear through the tech teams is that you don't have to be an expert in many cases or we don't want you to have to be an expert in trying to download some of these things. We want you to be able to use it for various different reasons in community. So.
And I guess I'll just add to that one of the things that struck me in a lot of the tribal consultations I've gone through is that there is a disconnect between the data that's available and the data users in a way that I was really surprised about it, because the Census Bureau does really, really good outreach. They you certainly can't fault the Census Bureau for the detail that they put on their website about questions, why they ask them. I just think of, for example, the ACS that there's a publication that goes through and basically just summarizes why the Bureau asks every single one of the 44 or 45 questions on the ACS. But the disconnect is that a lot of the data users, especially in Indian country, don't know about that. And it was so fascinating that we would see tribal consultations where some of the data users would be asking the Census Bureau, when are you going to make this available? When are you going to make that available? And the response would be, it is available. You didn't know it. Here it is. And so I think that to me really kind of hammered home the point that it's not that we need to spend a lot of time educating folks who are really just basic data users on all of the different data sets out there. We just need to make the data much more accessible to them. We need to bring the data to them, not bring them to the data. So I think that's a big part of what was really driving this. And it's been great working with Sandra and Rio and the whole team, specifically at focusing on that goal.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I think the accessibility, the ability to access it was just so important for the organizations that we work with. We hear time and time again about the challenges that urban native organizations in particular face. Just talking as, you know, the presence that they have in their city are often overlooked. Even when they are speaking with people that are allies of theirs, people that want to help them, that want to support them, whether it be legislators, whether it be different elected officials, whether it be city officials, county officials, they are often always surprised about the amount of urban native people that exist. They are surprised to find out that the majority of native people live off reservations, and so much focus is about tribal government and reservation communities. So there's such a large population of urban natives that I think have been underserved and need to be able to have this data presented in an accessible way, so that we can tell that story, so that people can learn and kind of get that awareness around urban native communities in particular.
Absolutely. I think you all did such a great job consolidating such a broad problem into the problem statement so that it could be worked upon in this project. So curious to hear, in what ways do you see the solutions that this year's sprint produced from our tech teams and the cohort, and how you see that helping to bridge specific gaps within the communities that you serve? Maybe I'll start with Rio and go backwards this time.
Yeah, great. I was going to say that's perfect. So one of the things that we talk the most about within the work that we do at the NUIFC is how representation, how being able to have that information available can make an impact in your community. Being able to present to an elected official, being able to present to someone in power. This is who we are. This is the amount of us. This is information that you might have overlooked. Being able to find that is so important, and so that is for us been the biggest thing going forward. We know the organizations and the communities that are well organized, that have that research, that have access to that data and can share it and be able to put it in front of people's faces and talk about, this is why we need the policy that we are advocating for, because we know that, X% of our population is dealing with this problem. And, we need to figure out, how do we address that? How do we get, the resources to the people that can help. And so I think for us and these sprint projects in particular, I think a lot about the make sure I get it right, the city health dashboard that brings up demographic data about a specific city. That's going to be vital for our organizations to be able to show this city has implemented this policy and it's directly led to this sort of result, and then being able to advocate on that behalf of that sort of policy.
So I guess I'll take it in just a slightly different direction in the sense that one of the other things that we saw as a collateral benefit for this is it can be a means to help address the undercount, the persistent undercount in Indian country. And the undercount's bad. I mean, it's always been bad in Indian country. Consistently, Native Americans who live on reservations, regardless of which reservation, the undercount is consistently high. It was the highest in the 2020 census. It was highest in 2010 and 2000. It's also among the highest that we see for those not responding to the American Community Survey. And a big part of that we found is just it's tied to the education component that a lot of folks don't recognize how much it means to their community. The focus that we always take when we reach out to communities, whether it's urban natives or those living on reservations, is how it affects the community, not how it affects their household or how it affects the individual respondent. And people are really surprised to hear how many federal programs are tied to this, how much federal money. You know, we saw estimates ranging. We typically would use an estimate that came from, that came from one of the think tanks in DC that the estimate is about $4,500 per person per year is directly tied in Indian country to the census counts. And so if you have a family of four that's not counted, you just calculate that out and then multiply it if it's a decennial to 10 years, and it is a huge amount of money. You know, it could mean that the difference between having that extra teacher, having sufficient school lunch programs and breakfast programs, having roads paved. And it to me, just we saw this as an opportunity to really use this to expand the knowledge and really help address that so that going forward, whether it's the continuing surveys like the ACS or it's the next decennial in 2030, we're really hopeful that by making the data more accessible, the tribes themselves are going to be far more invested than they have been, and they have been really invested. But more importantly, a lot of the households in those communities, whether they're urban or reservation, that they themselves will become invested just knowing how important it is to their community.
And to build on that a little bit, I think in thinking about how it's important to their community, the other thing that we saw as a huge part to this, and I think I'm very thankful that Changemakers Hawaii really thought about this, is that, and we saw this in the decennial, is that philanthropy plays a huge role in a lot of the work that we do. And philanthropy, focusing in on Indigenous communities. I don't think it's any secret that large philanthropy, in terms of percentages, if you look at groups like Native Americans in Philanthropy and other organizations, have mentioned and put out reports about how much actually goes to Native communities, Indigenous communities. And one of the things that philanthropy stepped up and did in the last decennial, they said, how can we be a little bit more involved here? How can we participate and support where we know potentially, for example, as it relates to federal dollars, if there is going to be a gap. But they also need data, right? So they also need to be able to see what that looks like, how that goes. But our Native communities and our Indigenous communities, our Native Hawaiian partners, those are cultural aspects to that. There's a respect of how things are done in community. And so with Changemakers, I really do appreciate that they were also thinking through how do we participate with data in a way that's healthy for the community so that we're not, you think about tribal sovereignty, right, on the other side of that too. How are we participating and sharing data or even collecting, storing, and telling that story in a way that's also culturally responsible back to our communities. And so I know in their tech team did a really wonderful kind of stint on designing how we actually use data as part of fundraising. And what does that look like? How do we tell that story together collectively so that it's respectful and that it also respects the community and our own special protocols within community? Because we all know that data sovereignty has become something that has been a part of discussion as I think, I don't want to say as of late, but part of academic discussion for a very long time, but also other discussions about how we share that data and are responsible for it. So those types of things too, I think that became something that was elevated in this top sprint. but also provided an opportunity for our user advocates to come together collectively and talk about that. And also create opportunities for us to create practice around fundraising and data.
Thank you, Sandra and Jim and Rio. I love just the diversity of answers you all had, because I feel like it was such a metaphor to the diversity of solutions we ended up having too within our cohort. And so that's so amazing. So to piggyback on what you just mentioned, and you all had talked about a lot with the sprint being a springboard, that it's just the beginning. So what key considerations would you recommend for, those that are watching and others in this field that are interested in working on similar solutions to help address this challenge statement? Jim, yeah, there you go. Jim.
Sure. Yeah,
Rio, and
I'll
Sandra.
jump in. So I guess there are a couple. One is that I think the sprint has been so successful because it's brought together different data sets from different data sources. And far too often, I mean, oftentimes you'll see means of accessing data that will be limited to decennial, or it'll be limited to ACS, or it'll be limited to the current population survey. But this melts together the pieces that that folks really need from various different surveys. And I think the other thing that I really want to emphasize here, because it was at the beginning was one of the driving forces for putting together the sprint, and that is it helps close the gap. And I think going forward, we need to continue to close the gap between large, more affluent tribes and those that oftentimes can make up in certain parts of the country the vast majority of tribes that are small, that are under-resourced, that are understaffed, that don't have the technical resources to do this. And we wanted to be able to give any tribe or any urban native organization the means that they could access this data, and it wasn't going to have to be dependent upon whether or not they had someone who was an expert statistician or a data user or a demographer, or that they had very sophisticated software. This is really meant to to really kind of I guess the best word to use is make it more democratic, to make it more accessible to everyone. And I think that, we're not there yet, because I think it gets back to the point that we were really starting with, which is it's going to be an ongoing iterative process, that we're always going to find ways that we can make things better, that we can improve on things, that we can find that solutions that we thought were good, we didn't think of this, and we did not think about a particular group, and we can use that to build on it and make it even more accessible going forward. And so I think that's one of the things that I know that that everyone on the top staff, as well as all of us, are deeply committed to, is seeing this as just the first step in many steps at the end of the day, to really make this a much more democratic process so that the data is accessible universally.
Thanks, Jim. I love that. I wanted to, as far as key considerations go, and something I think that was so integral to the success of our sprint, is advocate on behalf of a little redundant, but the user advocates. We were really lucky to have just terrific user advocates that were, come from a lot of different backgrounds, from a lot of different parts of the country, different experience. We brought a handful of different executive directors from different nonprofits. We had different tribal leaders. We had a lot of just different perspectives and ideas from that user advocate side that I think really helped inform the work that we were doing and really allowed to grow. And so, anyone working on something similar to this challenge statement or any sprint project into the future, I can't stress enough how valuable and important those user advocates are. We were told constantly from the tech teams, that they really appreciated being able to reach out to people where, had concerns raised that they never would have seen. And really, we had a couple conversations that I think really embodied the entire idea of why the sprint project is worthwhile, why it can be so important, why it can be so helpful. So I would say, going forward, to really spend time and be really deliberate about the user advocate team, because we had a great one and it really paid off.
I don't think I can add too much more to that. I agree with everything that was said. I also think that one of the things outside of even just really building that wonderful advocate team is, what I really appreciated is we saw the tech teams emerge And Dominica, you reminded us, and Thera reminded us of this quite often, is that sometimes it's about just getting the idea out. And MuDev, I have to give Megan a lot of credit. That was something that, that project was really thoughtful about. We do not have, and somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, but an organized data resource hub is something I've heard quite often throughout this project. Where can we go to this coded, wonderful, beautiful list where we can search up a data hub that has everything that we would like to filter and apply for or look for, or query a data set for. And I think that's what I also found throughout this project, is to also, I would encourage anyone that decides to do a top sprint, really understand and remind your teams that this is also about the process. It's not about this end, you're going to have this perfect tool. As Jim mentioned and Rio mentioned, it is about the continuity. It's about bringing together great minds to think about how in synergy we can find solutions together in collaboration. And some communities, as we know, we remind us all the time, one community is very different than another community. I am an urban native that lives off my tribal lands, and so oftentimes I'm always asking that urban question as an urban native, but when I'm home on my tribal lands, I'm looking at it from that lens as well. So I think it's just really leaning in to the process, giving time to that part of it too, and you may not end up with this perfect tool at the end, and that's okay.
And I just want to add one more thing, because I think we'd be remiss if we didn't say this. We really appreciate the fact that the Census Bureau and the top staff themselves have turned on its head what you typically think of with a federal agency. So often with federal agencies, it's a very top-down model. This is a bottom-up model, and this is all very user-driven. And it's remarkable to see what the results are when you do that. And we really appreciate the fact that this program exists, because it really gives users that aren't sophisticated people, or the actual audience that the Census Bureau wants to reach, a say in how they access the data. And we really appreciate that.
Thank you all for all those perspectives. Definitely resonates a lot. I remember the very early on conversations we all had when this idea was not on paper yet, and then to kind of see where it comes now. It's just been very, very fulfilling in all different ways. Conversations we've had with user advocates and tech teams too, is that this can be a very emotional process too. As much as we're creating tools for the community, there's a lot of things that get said, and there's a lot of listening, and that could be also just, it's nice to have that community that gets created through this process to really actually specifically be able to talk about this specific challenge and grievance and everything that comes with it too. So I think there's a lot of different things that beyond the tools themselves, a lot of us have gained on the top staff as well. So another question we had for you all was, how do you envision these solutions, sustaining impact in your community and getting into the hands of end users? And then I'll add to that if you have any advice for our current tech teams on those next steps. Whoever wants to go first.
I have a lot of thoughts there, but I really want to harken back to like one of our calls where you just mentioned it, there was community built. And that is something we want to sustain. As Jim mentioned at the top, and Rio just had mentioned about building that really great user advocate network. We really want to make sure that this is something that can be sustained. And I think we heard that in the last call with all of our tech teams and user advocates together. What I really appreciated on that call is they had already had one-off conversations with one another. They had already reached out to one another as organizations to say, we'd really like to keep working with you on this. And that is something that I think is super important. I think the other thing that I would love to see also, and I found this with some other parts of folks when we had reached out about user advocates, is how do we do some of this in real time? So if we're we built this for people to use for funding and for grants as well, and to use data with those types of things, or looking forward to those types of things. But being able to have some practical skills with that. So I envision, pulling together folks to work with, like change makers, right? They have this wonderful curriculum
that they're going to unveil and use in community. I would love to do some practice sets with that. I would love to see that we have cohorts that are taking advantage of that, and then also giving really useful, valuable feedback to that group to say, this is what worked and this is what didn't, and let's continue to build it in a strong way. So that's my hope for and vision of how we're looking at sustaining this impact in community, is one, that it's being used, and two, that we're actually seeing and reporting real results from communities about how this has helped either strengthen their ability to make application and also to receive would be great.
And I want to follow up on that by saying I want to bring the kids into this for a minute. So one of the things that we found was really, really effective during the decennial census was statistics in schools, where you would have like the fourth grader would go home with the drawing that they had to show why the census mattered for their household and for their community. And the other thing that struck us is a lot of the data that we're trying to get out there is data that is directly tied to children's programs, WIC, TANF, CHIP, all of it that goes directly to the communities. What I would love to see is I'd love to see statistics in schools build our top sprint development tools into what they do in Indian country, so they can actually have the kids put together something that they can take home and show their parents and show, this is why it matters. This is why we count. This is why I was bothering you about filling out the census form or the ACS form. And I think that that really kind of takes it to the next level. And by doing that, especially that we're now coming at the end of 2024, the decennial isn't that far away, and it gives us a golden opportunity to really build on what we've had here. And it just, as we had said earlier, it gives us an opportunity to really kind of work on the undercount through the very means of using the data and the data sets with the specific focus of the kids to really bring that to folks' attention.
I was just wanted to say, so at least from our perspective at the NUIFC, which obviously really focused on community-based organizations, we have some organizations that have existed for 50 years. We have organizations that have existed for 5 years. And we know how important, being able to take how important fundraising can be to long-term success. Once you kind of get your foot in that door, once you kind of show that you're an organization that deserves to be funded at a higher level, then it kind of cascades into more support. It builds credibility. It really helps put your foot in that door and really helps you start making a bigger impact. So I wanted to shout out Changemakers Hawaii, which is really focused on culturally grounded fundraising skills and developing those skills. And so when I think about what is the solution scaling and sustaining impact within our community, we know so much about once you are able to kind of prove that you deserve that funding that we already know that those organizations deserve, but haven't really been able to put had the resources or the ability to kind of get in a position to receive that funding. We know that once you can kind of start getting that, it just begets more and more progress. So I think that's sort of when I think about how does it scale, how does we sustain that impact? It's we know that once these organizations receive support, once we know these organizations are recognized as the champions of the community that they have been for their entire existence, it makes it so much easier to kind of continue and grow that work in the future.
Beautifully said, all three of you. I love these visions you all bringing forward. So to close out our time together, a final kind of question is, how can people follow your work and what's next for you all? And also if you have any calls to action for our audience and those that participated in this sprint. I know that's kind of a big one to end with, but a good one to end with. So whoever wants to go first.
Well, I guess I'll kick it off, and it's funny because Sandra and Rio don't even know this yet. One of the things that I'm actually hoping to work on over the holidays is we're going to put up a Natives Count website, and we're actually going to have links to the Sprint survey, the Sprint data sets and all of that there, and use it really as a clearinghouse so that we have we have a vehicle that can get people to where they need to go. And we really want to use this as an opportunity again, that we expect that this is going to be continuing going forward. And we really appreciate the fact that we've got so many folks who are, whether the tech teams or the committed users, who really want to keep working on this. That, in fact, we've even heard feedback from some saying, oh, I'm, kind of crestfallen. We're at the end of the process and I'm just really sad about it because I'm not going to get to work on this anymore. And of course, we can say, well, we've got some good news for you. This is really just the beginning.
Oh my gosh, that just made my whole entire year. And we're almost at the end of the year. But how exciting. Oh my gosh. Okay, so I'll be really quick because I know we're at the end. But one of the things I'm really looking forward to out of this is as part of, and many of my colleagues know, so I work a lot with Native American Rights Fund. I work on civic engagement projects so that I definitely can be kind of that arm of policy and working with our census task force group, coalitions, many of our different groups that are doing a lot of subcommittee work and communications work about American Community Survey, about working on LUCA, and some of the other things that just aren't really fancy and exciting, I think, that people think about. But as Jim, I got bit by the census bug working with Jim and Rio and everyone on the last decennial. And one of the things I've been working on since, and will continue to work on, is all those little things going into what makes up the path and the roadmap to 2030. There's so many little things that are going on in terms of, like I just mentioned, LUCA and testing and all sorts of other things that happen that we really need to make sure our Native voices are at the table and are participating in those conversations. And so that's a lot of the work I'll be doing over the next few years. But even more importantly than that, really thinking about some of the message testing, those types of things that we're going to be working on to get out to our communities, and then following up on projects like this, where we do have data tools that are out there and making sure that our communities are using them, making sure that we're leaning into some of our grassroots organizations. Like Rio mentioned, our communities know our communities best. So how are we also leaning into those organizations and utilizing those spaces where we can be better connectors and get more of us at the table doing this work? So I'm really excited for that opportunity. I'm excited to continue to get to work with Jim and Rio and our Native Counts Coalition overall, and many of our other coalitions. It's been a blessing and a joy.
That's awesome news, Jim. I'm really excited congratulations to that. I would say the future of this work is continuing to get it into the hands of not just the people that were part of the user advocate team, but just whoever else can use it. I think obviously we created these tools to be shared widely so that people can access them, people can use them, people can benefit from them. So absolutely, the future of the work is, for at least on my end, to share to the rest of the NUIFC coalition. As far as ways to support, we are going to be, our annual report, our Native Vote report is going to come out here very soon, probably in the next couple of months, kind of looking back on the Democracy's Indigenous work that we were doing. If you want to visit the NUIFC website, we have a newsletter we provide updates to everyone in that regard. I would also mention on the NUIFC website, there is an entire list of the more than 50 organizations that make up the National Urban Indian Family Coalition. So to take a quick look and see what organizations are nearby you, and be ready to reach out to any of them. Each of these organizations have deep community roots and are always excited to talk about what they do and the importance they are to the community, and be able to hopefully raise some awareness around the urban Native populations there.
Thank you all so much, Sandra, Jim, Rio. It's been such a joy working with you all. We'll miss you and talking to you all on a weekly basis. But like you all said, this is just the beginning, and I'm sure we'll find many, many ways to continue collaboration and keep this momentum going. I want to give a huge shout out to this entire cohort, all our user advocates, data stewards, and all tech teams. Thank you for showing up week after week, sharing your passion and wisdom with us. And thank you to our sprint leaders for laying the foundation of this work and setting the ball in motion, so to speak. So we look forward to following and supporting this journey as these tools get into the hands of communities. So thank you all so much. We will now transition to the second Indigenous Communities Focused Challenge Statement, expanding opportunities for Native homeownership and housing stability. To introduce this topic, I'm thrilled to introduce the sprint leaders, Elena Kapoman and Iris Friday, two extraordinary Indigenous leaders. I'll now pass the mic to them.
Greetings, hello, good day. I'm Elena Kapoman. I'm a citizen of the Quinault Indian Nation, and I'm a co-leader of the Native Housing Sprint, along with Iris Friday. So thanks so much, Iris. I really appreciated this journey with you. I'm the Tribal Relations Program Specialist for the Los Angeles region. So I'm part of the Census Bureau. I cover 7 states and am just blessed to work with all of the tribes along the West Coast, essentially. And my relationship and friendship with Iris over the years, when thinking about how to address a problem and find some solutions for Indian country, I immediately went to Iris Friday. She's just got a wealth of knowledge and amazing relationships across Indian country, and couldn't think of anyone else to partner with when finding some solutions for Native housing, which all of us face different times of our life. And so thank you so much, Iris. I really appreciate taking this journey with you and learning so much about housing from you.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, it's been an honor to be a part of this project. I'm Iris Friday. I'm a member of the Tlingit tribe in the village of Cake, Alaska, and I work for HUD's Office of Native American Programs as a Native American program specialist, and we administer housing and community development resources for tribes across the country, including Native Hawaiians, and we operate out of 6 regional offices that service the tribes in their region. And so it has been an honor to be a part of this process with you, Elena, and to learn more about the work that Census does, and to work with this incredible team of folks that came together, some with no knowledge or background in working with tribes. And to see what they've created has just been so inspirational and exciting. And I can't wait for everybody to see their different projects.
Yes, I was involved in a sprint last year, and it was just so interesting to see the process. And so I was excited to be part of a Native-led sprint. We're the second one for this kind of cohort of sprints. And the journey was just so interesting to me, because no matter where you are in the country, Native Americans, Alaskan Natives, and Native Hawaiians we're constantly facing housing issues, whether we're trying to find housing for multi-generations, whether we're trying to build some generational wealth. And I know that was part of our original discussion in why we thought this was such an important topic to tackle. Can you speak more to that?
Yeah, exactly. Housing and homeownership, those are incredible. There are incredible needs for us to focus on both areas. And on the housing opportunity side, we were looking to provide access to additional resources for folks that may not have direct access in their communities. And on the homeownership side, it's really planting those seeds of homeownership opportunities that may be available to folks living on or off reservation in their village, on Hawaiian homelands, who may not know about the opportunities or the resources that do exist out there. And this was an opportunity to showcase some of those resources. And I think our tech teams did an excellent job in terms of highlighting the different resources they found and making sure that they're easily accessible to folks that come across this information.
Yes, it's the tools that they came up with. I feel like, even though one of the tech teams is based in the Dakotas, is very relevant over here in Washington State. And I can see my family in Arizona finding it very helpful. And like you said, the creativity, that really came from the user advocates. We had a great group of volunteers that shared their knowledge and their experience in homeownership and starting that journey. And I think it really came together, and definitely took a different route than I envisioned at first, but it was just so exciting to see the progress. And when people really felt safe that we have been together so much and trusting each other to be like, this is what I really think, and how that helped drive the tech teams to come up with some really great solutions. And I they really took the feedback, and we could see during our milestone meetings that make those adjustments, and then that would create further discussion. And so it was an exciting process to be part of. And I'm excited to see these things start to get out in our communities. There's the survey, which I think is going to fill a big gap for some of our smaller communities. Census Bureau, the Bureau works really hard to try to capture accurate data. And part of my job is to work with tribal nations and be really transparent about what the surveys are accomplishing, why the questions are being asked, and then how tribes can access their data through census tools. And it was exciting when the data experts came on and shared how to access all of the data, and that took up the whole 2.5 hours, just those different experts sharing all the ways you can access data through data.census.gov, and then the small tools like My Tribal Area, and just how helpful those little snapshots are, and finding ways to blend the HUD data and the census data to get a more complete picture. It's just going to be amazing tools with that survey when it gets going, and then the videos that Native Reach are producing. I think it's going to capture the audience and get people thinking and help them find some hope, because it can be kind of daunting to start this journey.
Yeah,
I'm just
definitely.
Mhm.
One of the things I really enjoyed about it, and those of you that are in the audience watching today, you'll get to see, the tech teams didn't necessarily have any background in housing or home ownership. And so they were kind of walking through this journey of learning themselves and hearing about some of the challenges, the issues, concerns, but also the opportunities that are out there, right? When we're talking about possibilities and sharing resources, it can be a little nerve-wracking, like you were saying, but when you find someone who can walk you through that process, it can alleviate some of that tension or that stress or that fear that folks may feel going through the process. And what I really enjoyed about this process is that it was an organic process, right? It was them taking what they heard, what they learned, and then putting it into action, creating tools that they thought would be helpful for community members who were coming across or looking at this information or wanting to get some information, and not necessarily targeting folks, right? It's kind of, oh, you're sitting here waiting, and then you see this video and it starts planting seeds about the possibilities of homeownership and what that can look like. So it's been an amazing process. I've really enjoyed meeting with all of our community experts and technical experts going through this process. And of course, I greatly appreciate the census for really facilitating this process and allowing me to walk with you all on this journey. So it has been very fulfilling.
Yes, I feel like the relationships we built are definitely something that are going to continue, and appreciate, just like you, everyone's honesty, their vulnerability in sharing some of their journey in homeownership, and just even starting to, dip their toes in it, understanding how the process begins. It feels like such a big leap and such a commitment. And the process has been amazing. I definitely want to hold my hands up to the top sprint team and to everybody that worked on our sprint and the native sprint and the other sprints. It's all amazing work. It's good work. It's needed work. And I just appreciate everyone taking the time to hear about the work we've done in the last 12 weeks, and hope you enjoy it and hope you can use our products, and definitely stay in touch with us. This is something that we care about. It's not just going to end here. So we're willing to help with the next steps. We definitely want to see this continue and to grow. So thank you so much. COIL.
Two amazing organizations stepped forward to create tools for this challenge statement. Before we dive into a conversation with one of them, Native Reach, I want to acknowledge Tribal Nations Research Group, who could not join us today at Showcase, as well as the tool that they are building. Both tech teams built these tools with the support of over 20 user advocate organizations to ground these tools in community insights. Tribal Nations Research Group promotes high-quality research relevant to the Turtle Mountain Band of Chippewa Indians. During Top Sprint, Tribal Nations Research Group focused on the challenges of homeownership for Native Americans, particularly on tribal lands. They identified significant needs, including resources to guide individuals on pathways to homeownership, education on land ownership types, tribal, trust, and private, affordability tools, and data on housing availability and community preferences. Additionally, they recognize a critical lack of reliable data on available land, housing trends, and amenities, which are essential to understanding and meeting the needs of Native communities. To address these challenges, Tribal Nations Research Group will be building a GIS-based platform leveraging U.S. Census data and Esri tools like ArcGIS Survey 123 and ArcGIS Online. This platform will feature customizable surveys to collect data on housing preferences, land use, and household details distributed via links, QR codes, or field visits to include those without internet access. The data will feed into an interactive GIS mapping system, allowing users to visualize housing trends, land classifications, and geographic insights. A real-time dashboard will aggregate this information to provide actionable insights for tribal citizens, administrators, and policymakers while maintaining data privacy. The platform will also include a centralized hub website that offers pathways to homeownership, education materials, and tools for accessing and analyzing housing data. By creating this comprehensive tool, Tribal Nations Research Group will address critical gaps in resources and data for Native American homeownership. Thank you to Tribal Nations Research Group for all of your hard work in this sprint. And now I'm pleased to introduce another incredible tech team from this sprint, Native Reach, to speak more about the tool that they developed throughout the sprint with our sprint leader, Elena. I'll now turn it over to Elena as a moderator for this section.
Hello again. I am here with one of our tech teams. We were very fortunate to have two this sprint. Native Reach out of Bismarck, North Dakota, and also Tribal Nations Research Group out of Belcourt, North Dakota. So I'm thrilled to introduce you to the team that we were able to work with and build these relationships with. So if they would please introduce themselves now.
Yeah. Hi, my name is Beth DeForest, and I'm an account executive for Cat & Company, which is the parent company of Good Health TV and Native Reach. Overall, we are a positive impact marketing agency with a few unique offerings. We work a lot with federal, state, and nonprofits, as well as some private companies. But in our marketing, we noticed a gap in effectively reaching various populations in the United States, and one being the Indigenous population. And so we kind of formed a unique form of technology called Good Health TV Native Reach. And Good Health TV is a network that plays health, wellness, and community information that is reflective of the communities it serves. Ultimately, that empowers people to take betterment in their health. And then in COVID, we weren't always reaching these people because they were shut in homes. And so we thought, how can we still effectively reach these individuals? So we developed basically Good Health TV, but Native Reach, our app division, community health and wellness information in there.
Thank you, Beth. And my name's Ron Morey. I'm the National Director of Partnerships and Advocacy. And just building on what Beth had mentioned, Good Health TV is located in 36 states. We have 700 plus displays in high traffic areas. That includes primarily in tribal medical clinics or health centers. And then we're also in high traffic tribal administration building and schools. And as a percentage breakout, about 70% of our Good Health TV display monitors are in the medical waiting facilities. So as you could see, you would have an opportunity to really be able to take in the content while you're waiting for an appointment, or again, going through a tribal administration building, waiting for appointment there. It was just a great opportunity for us to participate. So I'll turn it back to Elena.
Thank you so much. So what made you interested, like individually and Native Reach? What made you interested or drew you to the problem statement of expanding opportunities for Native homeownership and housing stability?
Well, I'll start out and then I'll let Beth add into this. So, as we had mentioned, for us, Good Health TV seemed to be a perfect fit, as a lot of people may not immediately realize that housing is often cited as an important social determinant of health, also generational wealth. But from a health perspective, it tied in perfectly with the content that we air on Good Health TV, as well as push out on our Native Reach app. There's a whole range of ways that the lack of housing or poor quality housing impacts health. We, of course, experienced that as we had our user advocate interviews, which we'll talk a little bit more about I'm sure, during this conversation.
Yeah, that was good, Ron. I'd say ultimately we try to take on projects that will make a difference in people's lives, and we're passionate about doing that work.
So how does, well, Ron kind of touched on this. How does the topic fit into your broader work? Is there, do you want to talk about your other work in Indian country?
Yeah, so we are a national company and we work with various populations, so not just Indigenous, but we work with a lot of, like I said, state governments as well as the federal government and nonprofits. And we sit down and, one I can think of is Women's Way, which is a cancer clinic for women to get free mammograms and screenings. And they have various populations that they need to reach in North Dakota specifically. So not just Indigenous population, but we sit down with them and we do focus groups on what barriers are we identifying for these women that they're not getting their mammograms. And so I think overall, we like to have problem statements and work with our clients on how we can make kind of a solution on people getting better health and wellness. So I think that would apply heavily to our Indigenous work as well.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Something I wanted to just add to that, Elena, to your question. Beth and I entered into the top sprint project, really not knowing, because this is our first time going through this process. And while we are homeowners, by no means do we consider ourselves experts. And that was another intriguing part of this whole challenge in the problem statement, because it was a great opportunity for us to learn more from really experts on the ground, meaning the user advocate, and having the ability and access that the sprint process afforded us by having this wide-ranging opportunity to talk to these user advocates from really around the country. So as really novices, we had an informal, formal kind of agreement that we would not jump to a solution, that we wanted to have as many user advocate interviews as we could so that we could learn firsthand before we could come up with solutions, I should say, rather than one solution. But we quickly realized after several interviews that this was a huge challenge, and a challenge that fit in, as we had mentioned, perfectly with the unique channels that we have. Yeah.
So that's a great segue into, please describe the tool that you built and then the intended end user.
Sure. So we used the U.S. Census Open data to help us make kind of a pathway to homeownership through using a 1-minute animated video. We hope this is part of a series that we can develop. And our process is, like Ron said, we have a bunch of tools in our toolbox, but we really wanted to get valuable feedback from our user advocates on what would best help, this problem statement. And based on the user advocate in our interviews, one of the top priorities was just awareness of all the resources available, because they're out there truly, but just getting awareness to people's on where to go. So we decided to narrow in our focus on promoting those resources. And we have a great infrastructure to do so through our Good Health TV and our Native Reach apps. But we also wanted to give this to partnering organizations that you want to put this on your website, your social media, go ahead, it's free. We want you to promote this. So our goal is to bring awareness to those resources and increase home ownership rates. And the end users, Elena, would be, American Indian, Alaska Native, public-facing audiences. So renters, homeowners, extended family members, and like I said, it'd be available to partners to use on their websites and social media. Our hope is that will bring awareness to the problem and the resources at the end of the day.
Hey, Beth, if you could maybe comment a little bit about the static right-hand side of the Good Health TV displays, because during our interviews, we realized that there are a lot of regional and local resources available. There is a lot of content that's helpful to home buyers. However, again, there is almost an information overload. So how we kind of address this problem statement or the challenge was to look at kind of a foundational base, which is the graphic animated 1-minute video that Beth talked about. But on our side, from an infrastructure standpoint, we are able to match up locally to get information out to viewers. So Beth, if you could kind of describe that, that may be helpful.
Yeah, so on our screens in all the locations, we have a main screen, and then on the right, it's kind of more announcements or community relevant information, but it's also a great way to display more resources. And since we had so many participators in the sprint and user advocates, we wanted to feature as many resources as we can from their organizations. And so we thought to put on the right side, the Native Community Capital. I think we put their website, and then the National American Indian Housing Council, we put a QR code. And this is running live mid-January. So we're hoping that these organizations see an increase in inquiries and visits to their website and things like that. But yeah, taking advantage of the right side allowed us to make, get as many resources out there as possible.
Yeah, and I really appreciated you adding that QR code and really taking the feedback of the user advocates. I know that's something that I use when I'm waiting anywhere for anything, but especially at the clinic. If I see something interesting and I want to learn more, but maybe I don't have the time right then, if I can just get that QR code and when I have more time, take the time to look through it and really use that resource. So I think it's great that you guys incorporated multiple ways, because people don't all use information the same way or access resources the same way. So I really appreciated how you listened, even when the group was talking about the color scheme and just any of the feedback. I really appreciate how you just were so open to it and then incorporated those ideas and suggestions. So how did the collaboration across the sprint participants really shape the tool you ended coming up with?
Yeah, so as a tech team, like Ron said, we came in very open-minded, knowing that we had a lot of tools to maybe help a little bit with the problem statement. But we understand that there was challenges in understanding, and we needed to ask the user advocates, what were possible solutions to address the challenge statement. And after all our interviews and our feedback was collected, we then reviewed our creative service and kind of went through what would best help. This was an evolving process, and this tool should be reflective of the information you get from other user advocates, because they're really the experts. And we honestly didn't have a tool decided upon until, well, maybe 3 weeks ago, but we came well prepared to, turn and burn. And so I think that helped us adequately address the problem statement, is like interviewing as many user advocates as possible, and not coming in thinking of just one tool. So Ron, did you think that I covered that?
You sure did. In fact, as Beth mentioned, we really had a short sprint ourselves. Once we talked about, okay, now it's crunch time for us. What is the actual tool that we're going to develop and showcase? And Beth mentioned, we have a lot of capabilities within Cat & Company, our parent company. So could be from websites to actual apps to e-learning. These are all different scenarios that Beth and I discussed before we finally decided on the 1 minute graphic animated video. And you know, we even talked about the right-hand static side in terms of using a QR code versus using an actual website. And I will mention that at least during COVID time and post-COVID now, it's more and more common for people, if you go to restaurants, to use a QR code to get the menus, right? So that was my learning, because QR codes were out before COVID, and it really wasn't something that personally I used too much. But because of COVID and post-COVID, it was much more common to see the QR code on a table when you sit down, so that it became more the norm. And Elena, you mentioned it, that you consume or are able to get more information by using a QR code. So Beth was quick to point out, let's test and learn both in terms of having resources available. So we actually will be able to work with the partners that we're showcasing to find out what kind of traffic we're getting. But I thought that was kind of an interesting point that we're going to be learning. And this again came out from the interviews and really conversations that we had during our checkpoint meetings, in addition to even our colleagues on the other tech team that developed tools that we were thinking through and saying, oh, that's a good idea. And the sharing that we all had during those different meetings was very helpful in the process.
Thank you. Yeah. Well, and I think like I have less guilt as a consumer than taking flyers or taking cards if I can just snap it on my phone. Plus, I won't lose it, right? I'll always find my phone no matter what. So, will you talk about the process of building the video? I was so impressed. You guys got it done in that time frame. I mean, you showed it to us at a milestone. The group made some suggestions, and 2 weeks later, you had it ready to go. And it's December now, and it's going out, right? That is incredible.
Yeah, I had the opportunity to work with our creative team rather closely, and so just my experience here, I kind of know how the process works. So yeah, when we kind of decided that a video and awareness would be the best route, we kind of go through our process by first developing a mood board for basically the user advocates to react to. And that's really really helps guide what the video will look like. So I think once we got that feedback, our animator was ready to put together graphics and kind of guess some of the elements that was but so he was ready to quickly animate those graphics once we kind of got the green light. But I honestly want to give a huge shout out to the user advocates for helping us with the scripting, especially Iris from HUD. It was in one of our calls that I think it was our demo, that we just had that valuable back and forth on what should the messaging say, and I swear she just nailed it. And so we took what she said and kind of tweaked it a little bit, added some empowering messaging to it, and just kind of arranged the sentencing a little bit. But I mean, all thanks to our user advocates for helping us make that journey so easy. But
Yeah, the knowledge that they collectively had and the experiences, I think it was a really good group, and
yeah, so
grateful that they got to work with you.
Yeah, no, I think that helped a lot, and they were just so willing. And then Melody too was really helpful, and how we kind of like thought about the process as a whole. So I don't know, it was a really great experience. It's all thanks to them, certainly.
Yeah, I was just going to add that every one of them, day to day, they live and breathe the challenge statement. It was a humbling experience to hear the various stories. For example, in North Dakota, it was with Colette, and she was talking about how families were actually getting surplus FEMA trailers and making that their permanent home, because the process was easier to move into a trailer and then converting it. And we talked about, how do we create a foundational base that I talked about that was created, but then also, and would be the next step or the hope, that we would be able to create other video content that kind of becomes a campaign or a learning series that could go into homeowner insurance, home maintenance, credit, all the different elements that we learned as we're talking to the user advocates that could be segments themselves, standalone pieces. So that would be the vision, that it's a pathway campaign to home ownership. That was exciting for us, and as we continue the journey or started this journey, the other user advocates, they will not be strangers to us, I hope, and that this spurs interest in building kind of that campaign.
So what is the future of your tool?
Yeah, well, I think Ron jumped the gun, but I love that. He's just said it so perfectly, but we really hope that this tool is utilized by partners and organizations, ultimately get more sponsors to continue the homeownership kind of series would be our goal. And I think it'd have a huge impact. To get our tool to the next level, we'd like to collaborate with local and regional resources across the United States to have kind of more a targeted approach on bringing awareness. I think that would be really cool. And our call to action would be, we'd love other organizations to sit down and kind of brainstorm how we can have outreach into their communities and bring awareness. Our goal is to continue this into 2025, and I can honestly see it in the many years to come, this being a topic that we visit in our playlist.
Hey, Beth, can you kind of talk a little bit about the animated graphic video and letting nonprofits and partners that are on the ground having access to it? I'm thinking especially some of the early conversations that you had with a couple of the user advocates.
Yeah, it's really quite easy for us to take the video and kind of put branding at the end of it that reflects the organization, because people are more apt to take information when it's from a trusted resource. So we'd love to work with partners to just do that for free and put their logo at the end of the video or even before.
And the video itself is so thoughtful and intentional. I think it will translate well across Indian country in having opportunities like that for some of the smaller organizations rurally and in urban settings is so great. I know sometimes I've lived in the city and like finding resources is just so confusing, but then also, being more remote, my reservation's about 2.5 hours from Seattle. So there are less resources, but then sometimes finding them can be tricky, like what is available to me in my area. So I think it's a beautiful tool. And I was just so impressed with how you just made a decision and got your leadership on board, and you produced something that I think will generate a lot of interest. And it's a great spark to hopefully keep this going. And, I loved, Ron, you pointing out that homeownership is tied to our health. And I'd never really thought of that. It was more of like a sense of belonging and, having just a home, but then absolutely it's tied to your health, and being able to use the resources of your organization to create this. It's just so unique, and it's beautiful. And I think it's going to be very interesting in all the outlets you have. So I really appreciate all of your time, your thoughtfulness, and the care you've given into this, because it is just so important.
Oh, thank you so much, Elena. Yeah, it's been a really an experience that is touching almost, just to interview people, and human connection is like the center of our business. And so, we're human to human, and how can we help better lives? And so it was just a really fun project to work on, and I think we really look forward to like more top sprints that you guys have, and we'll keep out for that. Yeah, because we'd love to work with, you know, a sprint again. So thank you so much, Elena.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, very much what Beth was saying, the leadership and the guidance that was provided by you and Iris as the challenge leads, but also with Dominica and Thera from the US Census in terms of giving a structure to something that was going to be a 12-week sprint. It went fast, but at the same time, it was a comfortable pace. I think Beth and I often talked about that everything was very much laid out and planned. So what helped us is knowing the different checkpoints that we would have on Thursdays. And those were great markers because we've always mentioned, this was something we volunteered to do and we committed to it. But as probably after our second interview, it was more than just kind of a commitment. It became part of our passion project, so to speak, in terms of the work. So we can't thank everybody enough, and that includes, like I said, user advocates to the also the other top team as well.
Well, thank you again so much. I look forward to working with you on future projects, and we'll definitely stay in touch. I'm going to pass it back to Dominica. Thank you again. Silvio.
A huge thank you to all the collaborators who worked on this sprint. Both tools would not be possible without each of the individuals who dedicated their time, expertise, and unique perspectives on how we can improve access to homeownership and housing stability in Indigenous communities. We look forward to seeing these tools expand and reach many. We will now transition into hearing reactions from our community experts who participated in the sprint. We'll hear their perspectives on the next steps in addressing this challenge. Today, we will hear from our community leader, Melody Daw, alongside our sprint leader and moderator, Elena Kapoman. All of our user advocates have spent countless hours offering insights and support to the teams to help ground their solutions in community wisdom and realistic avenues for adoption and impact. Now let's turn to hear from these experts on how we can translate the sprint products we just heard about into the real benefits to Indigenous communities.
Thank you for all of the work to the tech teams, and I'm very excited. I'm Elena Kapoman, back with you. I'm very excited to have a conversation with Melody Daw. She was a big part of the user advocate team, contributed every milestone, and just excited to hear her thoughts on this process and her experience. So Melody, would you please introduce yourself?
Sure. Thanks so much. It was really a pleasure to participate in this project and get an opportunity to meet so many different people and so many really just different walks of life than what I get to do every day. So my name is Melody Daw. I am the down payment products manager for the Federal Home Loan Bank of Des Moines, out of Des Moines, Iowa. And a big portion of these entities who are participating, particularly in the Pacific Northwest, are within our district, our bank's footprint, and the Native populations that we're striving to serve.
Great. So what really drew you to participate? Was there something maybe in your work or in your personal life that you were like, you know what, I have some great ideas on Native housing that I feel like I could contribute to this sprint? And what was your inspiration to joining us?
So it's a bit long-winded, but I guess it'll help set some context for my history. So I do not currently live in Washington State, but I was born and bred in Washington State, and just until about a year and a half ago lived there. I worked about 14 years with nonprofit community organizations, housing developers, and Native outreach was a big part of both of those positions, Eastern Washington and Western Washington. I moved to the bank going on 6 years ago, which seems so quick that it's all that time has passed. But a piece that I really miss, and when I get the opportunity to do outreach here, is that outreach. It's trying to build business because our organization fundamentally is here. We're a co-op owned entity that provides funding for banks, credit unions. We are member owned, and we are running a down payment program that is for your general buyer and then a native specific down payment program. And we've just had such focus on attempting to connect the native community with our member banks. And we do a lot of lift. I have a 3-person team under me, and we have 13 states and 3 US territories that we cover. That requires a lot of effort to try and find that. So honestly, this program came at a great time. Iris had sent me an email asking me if I wanted to attend and participate. And I had just reconnected with Iris at the Native Asset Building, the Native Capital Convening, and with OWISTA hosted in Albuquerque in June, which was very inspiring. It made me just go, oh, all this stuff I've missed, right? These opportunities and to see the great things that Native organizations are doing for Indigenous people throughout the country. So I just said, how could I say no to this opportunity to, one, make connections with entities who we know we could help assist serve, and weigh in on a project development, a product development that maybe a little self-interest here would help us get our message out, as well as get the right information in front of the right people when they're ready to use it.
That's great. And yeah, it's exciting that you're from my home state, and I'm very happy that you've continued in this work. You know, this has been a long-standing issue, is access to housing, building generational wealth for all ages, all family types. So it's great work, and I appreciate everything you're doing, and I'm excited you're a part of the team. So how do you think the solutions that were presented by the tech teams, you know, with the work of the user advocates input, how do you think what we've accomplished, or what we're starting to accomplish, has helped bridge the gaps in the communities you work with?
So I was thinking about this because between the two tech products that were presented to us, I was most excited about the videos that were developed to be presented to the community because of where I'm coming from right now. I've found historically, even in my current position, but definitely working my last 2 nonprofit roles, that how many times I've heard the words, we had no idea. We didn't even know this program existed. We didn't even know this help was out there. That I thought it was such a really just lovely, organic feel to it that really connected with the community, and the opportunity to educate, to take them directly to the source, to take that potential home buyer or prep a potential home buyer for where they want to be, to get them prepared and connect them directly with the source. And how exciting that it could be right in front of a Native audience within a trusted community already, that they're not having to go out there and, you know, look on the internet and hope for the best, right? There's already a lot of assurance there. So I thought that was just such a wonderful opportunity to really provide a strong foundation, something to build on. It's exciting. It was lovely to look at. And also there's so many potential uses that I just thought it was really exciting. And then the flip side of that is the survey data. I mean, we live and die on data, right? This is so necessary and so great. And to be able to see such a strong tool developed, obviously it's their forte, right? That survey development was just really well put together. And I think it has a lot of uses, not only for direct community providers and for organizations, but I think to tell a larger story when you're talking about funding, when you're talking about bringing in partners, you know, what's your population? How many are there? Who are you serving? And also hear it directly from the community, their own assessment. You know, sometimes when you ask, you can ask the right question, but maybe not all the questions. So I think having a survey like that, having that kind of data, being able to see where members of the community are living, you know, be able to map that and identify where do they live, where do they want to live, and tweak that as you move through it to really see your data and see it displayed in a way that can be very useful based on what you need, not necessarily try and make that data work for what you're trying to do. So I just think both the tools are pretty phenomenal. I think I lost track of that question. Hopefully I answered in there.
Yeah, you absolutely did. And, you know, in my community, well, through my work even, I see with the tribes that I'm fortunate to meet with, that just housing access, the the space, like the resources. It is really intimidating to start that process. And I agree with you. You know, the videos are going to be right there when you're just sitting in the waiting room. And I don't know how many times I sit there and like pick up magazines. And so that I feel like it's really going to connect with people, and having like the QR code so they can go and get a resource right away. And I feel like it's really going to be impactful to many generations. And it's definitely something that's needed. And I feel like it's relevant whether you're, you know, on your reservation, or in my case, like there's just not enough housing on our reservation. So my family lives off reservation, and it has been a goal to be able to move back to our reservation. I mean, we are in our homelands, but you know, sometimes you can't access some services if you're off reservation. And so just being able to be home and pass something on to the next generation, that's something that's very important to me, and that my children and grandchildren and, oh my gosh, whoever else comes after them, they have a place they can always go, and something I can pass down through the family. That's just so important to me. And you know, growing up, it really helped me when I was facing things as a young Indigenous woman, you know, walking in two worlds, to know that I had a home I could always go to, and that it was somewhere that my ancestors had been, and that our culture was really rooted there. And I'll be able to participate, you know, going to basketball games and all the community events, and just having a home is just so important. And for us, it was multi-generational. You know, it wasn't just single family. So I appreciate all of especially that survey is really going to shed more light on that, and what the multi-generational family units need to look like to create a home for that composition. So I was very proud of the work, and it was really encouraging that both of the orgs really took the feedback from the user advocates. You know, we had some great discussions during the milestones, and that they were able to take that feedback and incorporate it. I just found it very inspiring, and I loved, the making those connections and building more community.
Definitely. I would also share that I think from my perspective, the toughest part was I wasn't sure when I started this process where my place was in this, because I am a funder. We also do direct outreach, but we have the very difficult job of that direct outreach, meaning making connections. We can't actually lend directly to anybody. We have to have a member involved to do that. That's our regulation tied to our programs. We're regulated that way. So we have to not only get the trust and opportunity to work with a Native organization, whether it's a CDFI, a housing authority, or an individual buyer, and then also have to bring on board our member institutions to be able to say, now let me teach you both how to work together and partner, because that's all we can do. Educate, form partnerships, help people collaborate, teach them how to do what they do, and then fund when everything's successful. That's all we do all day long. And I think when we first started this process, I wasn't sure where my role was going to be, because I was a funder, not a direct provider. But I do have a pretty strong background with nonprofit work, with affordable housing, working directly with populations that included Native work and Native outreach, Indigenous people work. And I think that this was the best of both worlds for me. It was a great opportunity, and I got to touch back on those things that I have a heart for, but I don't always get the opportunity to do in my current work. And I was just really excited to see this product. I was probably a bit giddy at some of these presentations. Just this is amazing. As a nonprofit, you're kind of broke all the time. So having see something come together so quickly and so comprehensively, and really just, I think, could anything be improved? Always. But I think really just the full meat and potatoes of what we were asking for come together, as you mentioned, and take that feedback and see that was just so exciting. I was immediately like, I need to jump ship and go work on this. I want to do this thing. I want to do that thing. Saying no is tough, but I just was really impressed by the work done I know everyone's got a full-time day job. And so seeing all that come together and everyone participating was just really inspiring.
Yes, I totally agree. And you're right. Like when we started it, like Iris and I didn't know where it was going to go. We just had this idea, like we knew that there's been an existing problem, and getting people together, see how creative we can be, all of the expertise and resources they have, and just, you know, getting everyone together and starting to find solutions. That was really appealing to me. Like I'm very solutions based. I love, like, we know there's a problem. What are we going to do about it? I love that. And, you know, in my work with the Census Bureau, I'm the tribal relations specialist. So part of my job is to make connections, to go out and share with tribal nations and tribal nonprofits, tribal organizations in urban settings. Here are the resources. Like the Census Bureau is holding your data. Let's get together and show you how to access your own data. And housing is just such, oh, it's such a big, it's just so important to all of, I'm sure all of America, but for Indian country, you know, it's really the foundation of building that generational wealth. It's being able to see in your community how many houses are vacant, how many are available, and then being able to separate out by the different categories so you can really pinpoint the Indigenous community and see what the needs are, and then ask for that funding. So that was an exciting part for me, was when the data stewards came on and really shared. They got down there into that minutia of how to get some of the data. And so I hope people continue to take us up on that. You know, that training is free, and it's open data source. So we want people to use it for sure. And then to participate in these surveys. Some people, you know, they think census and they think of the decennial survey, but we have so much going on all the time and new data sets coming out every year. So it's, I'm excited to see the trend or the data increase for Indian country. I know it's a big part of my work with the Census Bureau and my team. So what additional considerations should you think anybody else is going to work on some solutions for Native housing? What do you think they should take into consideration?
You know, I think, and I did provide this to Ron when I was working with Native Reach and we were talking through some of this information, is that I think it's important definitely to engage with the community, bring your community member along, but it's very important to bring your funders in and find a way to connect them early and bring them together, because I think that it can be a real challenge to come in at the end of something and then try and catch them up. So I think tool development that allows your funders, your whether it's your banks, you know, not necessarily for them to lend a mortgage, but you know, there's quite a few of our members and banks in the community I've worked with over the years who want to fund this kind of work, and understanding what it looks like. I think you know, obviously we built tools here really focused on the Native community providers, the Native populations we're looking to serve. But I think really considering ways that this can be tweaked to help bring those other entities to the table who could help fund this work, who want to be involved, who want to assist, to make this not a tool for them, but an accessible educational moment for them to be able to understand how to use this. I don't think these tools should be developed for a bank. They have money. If they want it, they can have it. But I could definitely see some of these videos in part maybe being provided in snippets on a participating bank's website to share information, to redirect, to help, you know, guide some of our community members to be able to find this information. Don't come to us looking for this information, but we want to share a resource that can. And I think that's a good, at the beginning at least, it's a nice soft touch as we start to find ways to make sure that these funding entities have more opportunities to help serve the communities that they're working within.
Well, I'm excited to see that especially, you know, the survey, that's going to be something that really continues on.
Mhm.
And they're just really getting started. So it's, yeah, I hope you stay in contact with them and we can track their progress and lend them any support they need. And excuse me, I was just floored at the amount of support that Native Reach's leadership gave us, that
Oh yeah.
they put
Yeah.
all those resources into it, like you said, so quickly, and it's going to start showing this month in December.
Right.
And excuse me, so going forward, it's an opportunity for other partners that maybe weren't involved in this sprint to jump on board and say, you know, one question we've really gotten is about what were we talking about and on excuse me, goodness, for future ideas for videos.
Mm-hmm. A series. They were discussing a series of
yeah,
a potential series for escalating into like home maintenance or repair, and even dealing with foreclosure, you know, dealing with those challenges that happen.
Yeah, I think one thing that I didn't take into consideration were the taxes, and going forward, like I need to build into my budget some of these expenses that I just hadn't thought of. And I think it's a great opportunity for other partners to come on board and say, a lot of questions we've got is about, you know, whatever it may be, and then add some of those videos in. So I know they're available, open to having some more sponsors join. And those topics are going to be relevant across the Indian country. You know, it's not just one tribal nation's dealing with this issue. It really is across the country. Oh, my cat says hi. So based on your experience in the field, how do you think platforms developed in this housing sprint, how can they be most effectively deployed to benefit, you know, the most widest range of end users?
You know, I think honestly, it's probably not going to be a single solution for this. I think particularly based on the two tech items that were provided. I think when you talk about videos, that's probably a little easier if you can get sponsorship to be able to fund that and find different platforms to be able to identify where that can be disseminated. And I think like you just mentioned, having feedback on, you know, here's questions we're getting, can we add in some topics, or here's some feedback, or even thinking about that survey data. You know, here's some information we learned about it, and doing, you know, having that, did you know? You know, 20% of the population is, you know, who are pursuing homeownership or whatever, not, you know, take 6 to 8 months, whatever it is, right? To be able to do those kind of did you knows. I think, but when we're talking about talking about ways to effectively deploy it, it's probably a multi-prong approach because it depends on who we're trying to reach and when. Home buying season, in general, is April to September. And some people jump straight in, and we see people come through a lot who this is their first attempt and they're relying heavily on their lender. So I would say ways to get this deployed would be a very vocal marketing campaign to get to really promote this so that you get those buyers before they're already sort of neck deep in the process and don't want to walk away from where they're at. They haven't really assessed it. And so I always think earlier is better. I think, you know, finding your community members to really start to, I would, if it was me, because I have been here, I would start actually right now and say, are you considering purchasing a home in the coming year? And here's some things you need to consider. And let's get the survey so that you can make sure that you're getting the best opportunity. A lot of people want to hear yes. And they will ignore things that make them uncomfortable because what they really want to hear is I can't own my own home. And that's a great feeling. That's amazing. But there's no replacement for education. There's no replacement for a safe, supportive and dependable product and a level of education as you move into that place. So I think that really finding ways to deploy this is going to be partnerships. It's going to be partnerships between multiple community organizations, maybe saying, hey, we got this survey. How can we deploy this in our region? You know, how can we make sure can we bring in other members, other non-native organizations to deploy the survey also to get that information? And I just think I think generally it's asking for as many individuals as you can or organizations as you can to share this information and direct these potential users to a source who can provide that information. That's partnerships. Partnerships and collaboration are probably going to be the best way, whether that's a native focused collaboration or whether that's bringing in other sources to do that. The sooner you can get an individual before they make decisions that are hard to reverse, the better it is in any instance when they're considering homeownership.
Yes, that's great. That's great. Yeah, I wish I would have had some of these resources the first time I went to buy a home. Understanding all the layers, and it is very complicated, but feeling like you have a team supporting you and that there are resources from your own community is a big strength. And I know I felt more, I guess, less panicky and like, because it's just so momentous when you do that, when you get those keys, when you sign that paper, just even accomplishing each step, you're like, woohoo, one step closer. And having someone to celebrate that with, and then to support you after the fact, like you're saying, if we're able to do those videos on maintaining your home and what that means, because there's so many things you don't think of. I would be interested in seeing if more tribal housing authorities would be interested in adopting some of the videos and doing some of the surveys too. I know, like, my tribe has done surveys in the past, but I think the perspective that this survey is coming from is really great, and I think they would get some new data, some new areas to focus.
I think it's interesting when you were commenting about having that support and you have this milestone and you're able to celebrate that. I've been in the mortgage business. I started in New Jersey, straight mortgage. I've been in the business for about 25 years, some form of homeownership, and I came in cold. I had no idea this world existed at the time. And started working for a broker. And so even for those of us who do mortgage financing and have done it for years and fully understand it, these are two separate activities. Getting your mortgage is difficult. So you have a piece that someone doesn't understand, they need to learn about, they need to be able to trust their sources. But just owning a home, I had the same issues. It was if I was coming in cold because it was my home, right? I could talk on the subject. I taught classes, I educated people, but my first home was very nerve-wracking. I knew what a big deal it was. I guess maybe I knew too much. It would have been great maybe to know less about what could go wrong, right? What could be difficult, what could be the challenge. I was in my house, my first home, a week, and my fridge died. And they had redone the kitchen. It was a very expensive fridge. So I was had just spent a lot of money getting in. I had spent a lot of money moving, and I had this refrigerator that I was like, I can't replace this right now. And how much is it going to cost me to fix it? A couple months later, my furnace just went out. It turned out it was a pretty simple fix. But again, I was single, living on my own. And I just think that, I'm resourceful. I figured out what to do, but I remember that feeling, that stress, that panic. And so having some resources behind you, being able to say, hey, what do I do here? What are my opportunities? What can I know before I get into this? What's the worst? What's the best case scenario? The challenge of the unknown is really the overwhelming aspect of homeownership, I think, outside of even the financial costs of those things, just not being in this place where you're familiar. So I think there's a lot of space with these tools. There's a lot of room here for education. There's a lot of room for community support. There's a lot of room for opportunity to grow and become more holistic from a homeownership. Whatever stage you're at, maybe you're preparing to be a home buyer, maybe you just need to work on your credit. There's a lot of pieces here. And so I think it's just really, I think it's a wonderful experience, a wonderful opportunity. And I can't wait to see where it goes.
Me too. Me too. Is there anything else you'd like to share around this topic or your experience with this sprint? Do you think you'll join another sprint?
Oh, definitely. I had no idea what I was getting into. And it was ironically, I was working on a tech project internally for the first time for my department as well, like soup to nuts, app development. And that was a huge lift. So it was happening at the same time. So when you said sprint, I was like, oh, is this like really tech? I really felt like I was like, I don't know if I have the brain power. How much do I have to do? So the user advocate was a very soothing role for me, to be able to talk through that. But I think it's just been invaluable. Every person, I really want to say this, that every person who is involved is all within our bank's footprint. So every person that I came into contact with as part of this, whether user advocates, individuals weighing in, they're all in every state that we have our district in. So for me, it felt like being able to do this, whatever my input was another way to support those communities that we really strive to help improve through our members. And so it was a wonderful opportunity.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate your time today and all your energy during this sprint. It was 12 weeks, but like you said, just thrilled with the work we accomplished and where it can go in the future. Really appreciative to the tech teams and to everybody that attended our meetings, and even the core group of Dominica and Thera that helped us understand how to use this opportunity that they've provided us. And it's just amazing the amount of time and energy and effort that everybody basically donated to this. And it's such a good problem. This is a good problem for us to address, and it's something that will have a long impact. So I really appreciate your time, and I hope to work with you in the future. And if you're ever back in Washington, we should connect. Happy to take you to my res, and you can see all the new houses. We do have some land that's being cleared for some new houses, so that's really exciting.
That's amazing. Thank you so much. And agreed. I do think that we got kept on the straight and narrow. We definitely got corralled, which helped us all substantially as we were figuring our way through this. So I really appreciate it, and learned a lot about the Census Bureau too. I had no idea the work that was happening there. So it's just wonderful to get educated more. I really appreciate the time and the opportunity.
Yes, more info, the better. I agree with you. Well, COIL Masi, thank you so much.
Thank you.
And Dominica, I'm going to pass it back to you.
Thank you to both these sprint cohorts for your incredible work, effort, and time throughout this process. It's been a true honor and joy for me to work alongside all of you from the beginning as we walk these last few months together in commitment to a common goal. And to the audience, please keep in touch with us as we continue our top Indigenous communities-focused sprint efforts next year. If you're interested in being a part of our next sprints or leading your own, please contact us.
Before we conclude today's showcase, we'd like to pause and thank everyone who made this event and another year of open innovation possible. You might not realize, but this event itself is organized by a fairly small team here at the U.S. Census Bureau. You've heard from many of these team members already, but we wanted to offer a wholehearted thank you to our other amazing team members. Drew Zachary, Managing Director of COIL and Deputy Chief Innovation Officer at the U.S. Census Bureau. Alexandra Barker, Advisor for Strategic Digital Communications and Innovation. Victoria Fine, Senior Advisor for Program Development and Communication. Alexandra Hartkoff, Senior Designer and Digital Team Lead. Sadie J, Front-End Web Developer. Dorcas Lynn, Graphic and Interaction Designer. And Vanessa Yip, UX Designer. Thank you so much to the whole COIL team for your tireless work to create this event, and to all of our programs. And though you've already heard from them today, I'd like to pause and acknowledge Dominica Zhu, Pierre Louis, and Thera Naiman. Dominica led our team in organizing this year's Indigenous Focus Sprints. Dominica serves as our team's head of human-centered innovation and advisor of Indigenous peoples and environment. None of this work would be possible without her personal passion for these topics, thoughtful and skillful organizing, and all of the time she never hesitates to offer to our partners. On behalf of all who collaborated on this year's Indigenous Community Focus Sprints, thank you so much, Dominica, for your leadership. Second, I'd like to give a special shout out to Thera Naiman, the lead of the Top University program and an innovation program manager here on our team, who has been instrumental to all of the sprints at every step of the process. Thera has gone above and beyond consistently to support each and every team in this year's sprints, as well as the sprint leaders and the entire university program. Thera, thank you so much for the organization, passion, energy, and knowledge that you bring to TOP.
And on behalf of everyone involved in TOP, we'd also like to thank Haley for your dedication and leadership. In case you missed her introduction earlier today, Haley Ashcombe Miller serves as the director of the Opportunity Project and oversaw all aspects of this year's sprints and today's showcase. She is a tireless innovation leader, and we are truly grateful to have her at the helm of this program as we kick off our 10th year in 2025. Thank you, Haley. None of these sprints would be possible without you. And although COIL works very hard to bring you this event, it's also a huge team effort that spans across the Census Bureau and beyond. We'd like to take a moment and now acknowledge all the amazing people who contribute to this work. Thank you to our top sprint leaders and executive champions from the agencies we work with this year, as well as all the sprint participants and the networks that help spread the message about TOP. For the top Indigenous focus sprints, we'd especially like to thank Carolee Wendelroth, Thomas Hitz, Matthew Knutson, Mitchell Harrison, Jael Camphy, Lakota Vogel, who helped make our first Indigenous focus sprint possible in 2023, and for many early conversations that helped bring this all into fruition. And for 2024, a special thank you to Elena Kapoman, Iris Friday, Sandra Mitrovic, Jim Tucker, Rio Fernandez, for all of your leadership and collaboration on this year's sprints, as well as our friends at the Census Tribal Affairs Office, Dee Alexander, Melissa Bruce, Eric Coyle, and others. Many Census Bureau colleagues are also critical to this work. We'd like to acknowledge several people and offices who are instrumental collaborators. A huge thank you to Mike Morgan for the incredible behind-the-scenes work that makes the video production of this event possible. We truly could not have done this without you. We'd also like to thank Luke Heller, Krista Jones, Katrina Syverson, Barbara Hauser, Christina Hammer, Robin Weibel, Eileen O'Brien, Melissa Creech, Everett Whiteley, Anthony Calabrese, and all of our colleagues in the Communications Directorate from PIO, CNMP, CLMSO, and OCIA. The work of COIL would not be possible without you. And of course, thank you to our leaders, Director Santos, Deputy Director Jarmin, and many more who champion this work and make it possible.
If you enjoyed today's showcase, we hope you're feeling inspired to get involved next year. After the holidays, we're thrilled to kick off our 10th year of TOP Sprints, and we have some exciting new topics in store. If you'd like to join a TOP Sprint next year, lead a sprint as a federal employee, or use the product showcased, please visit opportunity.census.gov. We'll be launching new TOP Sprints in just a few months and would love to work with you as a sprint leader, tech team, user advocate, data steward, or product advisor. We'd also like to share a few special announcements. After almost 10 years of TOP, we are near completion of our large-scale effort to document the full impact of this program on the teams, product users, federal agencies, and the economy. In early 2025, we will be announcing our TOP Impact Report, so please be sure you are signed up for email updates so you don't miss this and other exciting announcements. As a second update, we've launched a COIL blog to share what we're doing and learning. Check out our first batch of posts at coil.census.gov/blog and stay tuned for much more content in 2025. Before you sign off today, don't forget to post what you've learned with #OpportunityProject and tag @US Census Bureau. Thank you so much for joining us, and we can't wait to collaborate further in 2025.